Hey, we're back. City Skylines, Mondays. Every Monday, I've been streaming, so I decided to continue this city that we've been streaming at the moment rather than do any other series. Some people have been asking for the second episode of my City Skylines series at the moment. Appreciate that. It's weird because at first it wasn't actually doing that well, so I sort of slowed down the pace just even straight off the bat, and then now it's doing great. So now I gotta hop back in there and get uploading to it really quickly again. But Satisfactory video coming out tomorrow. So probably the City Skylines episode 2 will go live for members on Wednesday, and then for everyone else on Thursday, and then I'll do another one right after it, before Satisfactory rolls around again. Alright, so I'm looking forward to continuing this city though, because we get to, basically, we have almost everything, not everything unlocked, but we're at the, what's the term? We're, in terms of milestones, we've got everything we can possibly unlock. But we still have to get it in the actual development tree and choose what we spend to unlock, okay? So, oh my god, my game just crashed immediately. Wow. I actually haven't had a crash before. It's the first time I've seen that. Well, there you go. Well, anyway, hello, and welcome. So yeah, I'm looking forward to playing because we get to maybe design in Harbour. We have a lot of new kind of infrastructure projects that we can start to develop that we haven't had access to until the previous stream. So I'm looking forward to getting back into it. Hopefully that crash is all done and dusted. We'll hop back in. I've heard that game is quite good. Bang 2. Right. So yeah, hello Thomas, Jr., Carlo, and everyone else. I'll mention the members by name. By the way, speaking of, Carlo Bautista, and Tomas Ferreira became members earlier today, so appreciate that. Thank you. Alright, so yeah, we're gonna have a nice chill evening. And I'll be taking suggestions for what people want to see, but I think a Harbour is what people were asking for last time. If you remember, we built a tram system, and I was quite happy with that. Arlo 2, come on game, don't crash on me this time. That would suck if it's just incompatible for some reason. I've never used mods or anything, but the game has updated, so you never know. That's super dark and gloomy. Alright, we seem to be good. Excuse me. Alright. So what? Oh my god, there's so many little problems in this place we gotta try and solve. Gotta get rid of all those little pop-ups. Hope all is well. Enjoy the Satisfactory video yesterday. Thanks, Junior. Yeah, today I've just gone in, actually, just for people who have been watching the Satisfactory series, who might be curious. Where's our music, by the way? Isn't there supposed to be the radio icon here? Or have I disabled that? Maybe it's just disabled. Ah. Was. Oh, it actually gets rid of the button. Alright, anyways, just for people who have been watching Satisfactory and are maybe a little curious about something, if you remember, you can watch the episode now. It'll be out for everyone else tomorrow. But I also, if you were a member and you watched it, I've also added, uploaded my blueprints and everything to the website. So whatdarrenplays.com/satisfactory just takes you to a Google Drive with all that stuff on there. So I just thought I'd mention, the files are now up for it as well. Really wanted to watch that Satisfactory episode early. Yeah, I saw your comment. Thank you. I appreciate the support. I have told people before. Maybe I shouldn't tell people, but you know, you get your episodes early, but then you end up just waiting alongside everyone else for the next one. But the nice other benefit though is you do get it first. You get to give me kind of the initial feedback. I read all the comments. I mean, I try to read all my comments anyway. Pretty much do. I just don't really see replies very often, but normal comments, pretty much see them all. But when you're a member commenting, there's actually a little filter on the back end of YouTube that says, just show me the member ones. So I often tick that first, so I just go through those ones, because they're, yeah, you want to pay attention to those guys first. Anyways, how long am I planning to stream? About 3 to 4 hours. Just settling in. Let me just take off my jacket. I was kind of rushing home against the clock. I went to the gym, but I forgot my gym bag, so I had nothing with me. So I ended up just getting sushi. Going to the supermarket, but then I was running a bit late, so I've just sat down, got everything started, so running a tiny bit late to my own scheduled stream. Alrighty, here we are then. So, to catch up on what we did last time, it was basically, we built out this industry, Victoria Industries, I guess. Yeah, so we set up the stone, and I think it's just regular stone here, and then we have the specialized ore. I don't know how you can actually check what it is. Oh yeah, metal ore. And then here, rock. This one's rock as well, and this one's metal ore. So that's where the actual deposit is on the left-hand side. I remember now, yeah. Then we also got oil. We added to the interchange here so we can kind of get on and off a little bit easier, although it's not quite right here. It needs to be widened. Like this one is... Yeah, these ones are fine. But I'm noticing cars getting bunched up here, so I gotta kind of adjust that. I might do that in a minute. One of the first things we do. Oh, you just let time play, no problem. Do that. The other thing is we've been watching the kind of polluted water migrating south away from... Or just kind of through this area. Hopefully it goes off map soon enough. The other thing we were thinking about doing is building a harbor. And then we also set up the tram system. Yeah, so this is my sort of temporary on and off ramp, but everything else is we're pretty happy with, or I am. Oh, we got a lot of flickering, even when I just moved the camera a little bit. God damn. Gotta fix that. So yeah, so basically we set up a little tram route that goes around. This is my crowning achievement, building a road on a road. For me, it was a big deal, because I haven't really done that before, but it's getting a tremendous amount of use. So very happy to see that. Also summer, and it says it's sunshine, 24 degrees, but I think it's just super cloudy right now. It seems to be, because the place feels like it's quite dark, doesn't it? It seems to be kind of like darkened, washed out. We've also then got buses here, we've got taxis picking people up, and the trains, of course, are rolling as well. So, quite happy with how all that's working, generally speaking. Our cargo train lines and everything. So, we really can just do whatever we want now. Population's just crept over 30, it's about to hit 33,000. Money could be better, although we were profitable just before I actually loaded the save, so maybe with the previous patch, some things have been adjusted. We've got demand for pretty much everything, so we can kind of do whatever we want. And then for progression, this is what I was mentioning. We've reached big city, so after this, there is nothing more to get other than just development points and expansion permits. Wow, 32. So obviously you just want to keep pushing and pushing and pushing to get all those things, but we actually have access, in a way, to pretty much everything we would want. Now, I've only got 4 development points, so we have to kind of pick and choose what we want to actually invest in, but I think for transport we could go with water and then start to look at maybe some harbor stuff. I've never seen it before. Alternatively, there's also subway and things like that. All right, let me catch chat. How's the driving coming along? Yeah, loving it. So I passed my test a few weeks ago, and I've driven every day since then. I think with the exception of maybe 2 or 3 days in total, but I love it. I get kind of cabin fever being just sitting in the apartment in my little office all day. I didn't used to, but I've been doing this full time for like 7 years or something now. Something like that. Since 2017 anyway. The 6 years. And for the first 3 or 4 years, totally fine. Never really had a problem. But definitely in the last couple of years, especially just after COVID or at the tail end of COVID, started to just feel like I need to get out of the house more. So once I've gotten my license now, it's great. I can just kind of go where... I used to go for walks and everything, but it's just so much better being able to go somewhere else. Because I live in a... Basically, I live in the equivalent of an area like this. It's just a series of estates and houses. There's no shops. There's nothing around. It's like, yeah, I would just go for a walk around in circles or whatever, come back. But now at least I can kind of go into the nearby town and go to the gym and stuff. I started going to the gym last week. I've only been once. Today I was supposed to go, and like I said, I forgot my bag, so I couldn't really do much. Didn't have my headphones, didn't have anything, so... Anyways, long story short, driving's coming along very nicely. Oh, I'm really loving it. I kind of wish I had a better car, but it is what it is. When do you upload your next episode of Satisfactory? It'll be up for tomorrow. Up tomorrow for everyone. It's always every Tuesday. And it's always a couple days early for members, so they can see it now. If you're a member, you can kind of play around with it and see it now. But if you're not a channel member, you can just wait and be out on Tuesday. Alright, let's do a little sit rep on the situation. So we have 33,000 population, plenty of money in the bank, and we have demand for everything, so we can kind of decide what we want to do. Let's check a few different metrics and see how we're doing. So traffic flow, at the moment, we're hovering around that kind of 40 to 50% range, I would say, on traffic flow. Not that it's really broken down that way, but if you know what I mean, like, if we just read it here. It indicates how well vehicles are able to get around. Road segments with bad flow are places where vehicles are forced to slow down. So a lot of places like this, vehicles are slowing down a lot. Junctions, things like that. You'd expect it in those kind of places. It's not too uncommon in those areas. Wow, that plane is going super fast. There it is. Holy crap, this is speed 1. This Doesn't look as crazy from up here. I guess that's just the way it is. All right. So yeah, anyway, traffic is like something we're trying to tackle by investing in that public transport system. So the other one, though, that's more important, I would say, is traffic volume. So the volume is actually, it's a bit borderline, right? The purple line would be high traffic volume. It indicates the number of vehicles that are using the roads. Upgrading heavily used high volume roads to larger ones and adding new arterial and collector roads help the traffic flow go smoother. So it says that, you know, this is on high, but I'm looking at it and seeing like, looks fine to me. You know, highway seems totally good. Car's just stopped. Oh, that's a park maintenance or road maintenance vehicle. So I wouldn't be too worried about it. I haven't really seen any gridlocks or traffic jams. It is 11 p.m. though, like at nighttime, in terms of the day-night cycle and the commutes to work and everything. So it would be a period of general low traffic overall. And it certainly gets busy when we get down to here. That road maintenance vehicle is definitely not helping. I'm sure it keeps going around and stops in front of people. So yeah, I've seen this actually on the City Skylines subreddit where these people are having problems with the cars changing lanes and stuff. And someone actually made a mod already that vastly improves it. Can't remember specifically what it does, but it tackles something to do with lane choices, and it made roundabouts go way smoother. Oh, and oh yeah, I remember. There's a mod that for a junction like this with traffic lights. Let's say it had traffic lights. In the game, I don't know why they do this, but in the game it's like multiple sides are on at the same time, which means like two lanes can flow, but they kind of like would overlap each other, so they have to still sort of give way. Whereas this mod changes it so that the lights just cycle between every side. So it's like, okay, you go, then you go, then you go, then you go, and it tends to clear up traffic like massively. So it's quite an interesting thing, but mods aren't officially supported yet, so I haven't tried to install them or mess around with them just yet. Anyway, to feed off your suggestion before, I can't wait to see Jackson Boulevard. We could pop Jackson somewhere into the game if we pick some. We had some people before that we were following. I can't remember who these are. We can get rid of them now. Wow, that's so loud. Get some music going again, please.
Trying to move here, right?
Humans are broken. We're live.
All right. My last game like this was SimCity on mobile years ago. Yeah, I used to play SimCity. What was it, SimCity 4, I think? Loved that game. Played it for a long time, but I actually played it years after it came out, but I got sucked into it for a very long time. Alright, yeah, we have massive cloud cover. That's what I think is darkening the city massively right now. Okay, and that's just happened. So what's the deal with this? It's Battlefield 2042 all of a sudden. So I've never seen this happen before. We've always seen it outside the map, but I'm guessing it destroys buildings. Is it going to actually break up the road or anything? I don't know. There we go. At least it's nice and bright now. God damn. Get down on the ground. Let's do some tornado chasing. Imagine turning right. Also, why are there people out here? I have no idea what's going on with that. Oh my god. I guess it's fine. Bit of a shame. In City Skylines 1, this would actually pull people up and stuff. Little vehicles, but I don't think they've added the, Yeah, I wonder, actually, because in City Skylines 1, when something floods, all the vehicles get dragged along with the water. I wonder, is there any physics on the vehicles? I'd love to know why there's people up here just walking. Are they, like, trying to walk to work at the oil field or something? Where are you heading? Oh yeah, she's trying to go out here. Should probably set up some sort of bus route that takes people out there, rather than people walking there. I don't know why they would do that. Anyway, that was fun. It looks kind of cool. I don't know. It looks a little PlayStation 2, in my opinion. Not too bad down on the ground, though, the particle effects. But I'd say any higher up, it's... I don't know. It's not a big deal. I know it's not like a mainstay of the game, but it's strange. Alright, we need to make a choice of what we're going to do, Darren. Gotta think of something. I did say we'd like to build a harbor. I'm trying to think of what problems we can solve first. People are ecstatic, super happy, so that's not a problem. Traffic could be better, but I don't think it's as bad as it's saying. We have high rent. Yeah, actually, let's deal with some of the pop-ups. That's kind of the first thing we could do. Apparently, to help high rent, you can build a welfare office, which we've done. but I don't think it's really changing anything. The other things we just built actually at the tail end of the stream was City Hall. So it lowers our loan interest, our import costs, and our building level upgrade costs. The other thing as well was the central bank. So these are two buildings we just put down right at the end of the stream. College is okay. The elementary school is still maxed out. How's education? Oof, yeah, we're borderline on the capacity again. So I think we need another... Man, the schools. The amount of schools we have to have. I guess it makes sense. 33,000 people. You can only fit 1,500 in a school. So you're going to need a lot of them. They just take up so much space, though. So yeah, I guess we'll have to pop one down here somewhere. So at this area here is sort of like a little college district, right? We have a college and then several like... I can't remember even if they're called medium density, but I think they are, right? Medium density... Is it low rent apartments? I think they're just medium density housing. You can also get low rent housing. I think those bigger ones here are the low rent housing, yeah. Alright, okay. She's walking in heels, casually walking through the tornado, walking to work. Yeah, I'm just crossing this interchange with no crosswalks, by the way, which is why I'm very surprised they can even do that. You know, we took away the crosswalks, and somehow they were still walking straight over. Very bizarre. Is that gone away yet? It's gone. Alright, so there's that. What else is the problem? Waiting for ambulances, waiting for hearses. I think that's due to the tornado. Probably. Possibly. Something I'll be learning about in my own series as well. I've also played around with some of the developer tools and how to like... Well, for example, I'll show you. So let's say we have this area here, this nice little park, but it looks a bit strange. Well, not terribly strange because of the fence, but the fact that the grass is different. So some people might have seen this, but some people might not have. Press the home key, you can open up your developer mode like object thing. You have to go into Steam, go to properties, and then the launch options for the game, you type dash developer mode, like that, capital M, and then launch the game. And then you're given access to this if you press home. So if you type in surface or one of these, I normally just type in concrete, but surface works. And click any of these, it doesn't really matter. You kind of get access to the tool that's hidden. That lets you interact with the boundaries of the terrain type. And you can just extend it out. And that way you get a lot cleaner looking kind of plots. Now this is maybe a bad example to use because there's a fence going around this one. But you can actually do it for everything. And once you're done, it just kind of stays in place and you can revert it if you want. Kind of it. So you can actually lock this by accident. So if you just press the home key again, that's the best way to get rid of it. Because so if you press the X, I think you actually can't bring it back up without restarting the game. Anyways, that just gives us like a more uniform plot, I guess, where there's not two types of grass and it looks a bit strange. Where this really works out well is in an area like the industry, for instance, it can look pretty odd having all these massive gaps behind the concrete and the factories, and there's just like patches of grass everywhere. So filling those in with extended concrete and stuff can be great. If you don't want to just extend the ones that are built in, you can just paint your own. Oh man, we have this load issue again. I still have this issue constantly. Don't know what I can do about it, but yep, things just unload and load in. Game is barely hanging on, technically. There we go, it's coming back now. But anyway, I just thought I would mention that. I'm sure people know this stuff already, but we're very interested in the game. But if you're not, I've been doing that in my actual YouTube series, and I'll do it in between episodes. So coming back to the town, it looks a lot cleaner, a lot nicer because of that. Alright, so something I'm going to do then to actually get the ball rolling. I've been kind of stalling for a while thinking about what to do. I'd like to set up, oh my god, I'd like to set up like better bus routes. And also, we don't even have taxi stands anywhere, but we've got taxis going around. We do have one there. So I think a bit of a transport overhaul here at the beginning would be good, and then we can have a look at maybe doing stuff to do with the Harbour. So I say we should fill out this area as well, and then we'll have a better idea of where things are, and then where people need to get to via transport. That's the idea. No problem, guys. So how do you get revenue in this game? Taxes. So the way we've got pretty in-depth economy panels and budgets and stuff. So people are taxed. Everyone's taxed, actually. So commercial, industrial, offices, they're all taxed separately, and they can actually be taxed on their education type, or they can be taxed on the type of goods that they make. So I've lowered the taxes for certain things like paper, vehicles, furniture. The reason for that is, and that's just commercially, is because we actually have our own industries over here for making stone and making metal ore. That then gets taken via a cargo rail over into our industrial area, which is over here, into this cargo hub, and it feeds into certain factories. So certain factories will have a need for, oh, they need vegetables, or they need, oh, yeah, metals and steel, and they make machinery. So there's like a little refinement economy going on in the behind the scenes part of the game. You're not directly in control of, but you can influence via taxes, via your own production methods. So if you make a lot of rock, then you'll have more, well, not necessarily, but you'll be able to supply the people that are requiring that for their companies. And you can gain a metric on that by looking at the production tab. So for instance, all the buildings in my map at the moment, some of them are using wood, right? We don't actually produce any wood locally, so there's a deficit of 91 tons per month. But if we did produce it locally, we'll feed it into our place instead of it having to be imported from the highway, like off map. Anyway, and then you get to tax it. So the people are paying, you pay like an import duty, I think, and so do the companies. And sometimes you'll see like they say like the resources are too expensive to run the company, and the company goes bust. And when that happens, obviously you're losing out on money, because the higher profitable a company is and for longer, the more money they have in reserve, basically their profits translate to level, and they level up. And when they get to the max level, they become more efficient, they consume less electricity, and you basically just make more money off the things they sell. The things they make can also go to your commercial areas, right? So the blue zones here, kind of tough to see. This maybe. So the blue buildings. Yeah. So our commercial zones there. So the goods that you make on your map, they're also sold in the buildings that you have on your map as well. And your commercial zones need to be placed near residents so that people can get to the shops and so on and so forth. So there's a pretty in-depth like sort of refinement and dependency economy going on. People then are in a similar situation where they're paying taxes, residential taxes, and you can tax them differently. But if you actually let them have more money, they level up faster. You know, they've more money in their pocket at the end of the month, let's say, to invest in their building, make it look nicer, and then they become more efficient as well, consuming less water and electricity, and producing less garbage. So then that eases your city services. So you want everyone to be leveled up. So you want people to have money, but you need to also make money at the same time, right? That's the game, basically. Anyways, we've got this big blank area here. We've got problems, not enough customers around them, so I think we need to add in more people. We've got demand for every type of residents, right? We have students are a lot of the demand, I guess, and the availability of jobs, happiness. But there's a negative to these. Some of these places that are zoned already have unoccupied buildings. So technically, there are places here where some people could move in, but they're choosing not to just yet. It can take time, but eventually they will fill up. But considering there is such demand, I reckon that we should add some more down here. So I don't know, we'll just kind of haphazardly do this rather than think about it too much, but build out this way. I'm just trying to picture where things are. I want to have another elementary school somewhere over here. They've got one down here, but it's not even near filled up yet. And the reason... It's quite interesting that it hasn't, because it's obviously serving the suburbs around it. And we haven't set it to a district, have we? Oh, we have. Operating districts. That's probably why. Yeah. Oh, that's really interesting, actually. So, yeah, if we set this one for people that are in here or something, or to another district... Or if we just took off the districts and let people go anywhere, it would probably fill up quite quickly. Let's do that. It doesn't have any operating districts anymore. And look at it, 100 students just went into it. And I'm guessing that'll fill all the way up now. That's really interesting. It's really cool that you can do that. Say, like, this school only takes in students from a certain area, but now we're letting them come from further and further away, which could put a strain on certain services, you know, like transport and things, but we'll see how it all goes. Hello, Mr. What Darren Plays. Is that your legal name, by the way? Because it's fire. Yeah, I've read your comment. I read chat as much as I can, but I do mostly focus on playing the game. But I do read everything. Been watching your Anno 1800 playthrough since I only discovered the game a few weeks ago. Been loving it. Thanks very much, Matthew. Appreciate that. Yeah, I didn't think he was being inappropriate, Tom. Or Thomas. Is that your legal name? I guess some people might consider it inappropriate to be like looking into personal information or something, but yes, it is my legal name. My name is Darren. No, my name is out there, my full name and everything. I used to work at Creative Assembly, so my name is in the credits of those games and stuff, so people know who I am. If you want to find out. So, not really a secret. People even know exactly where I live if you look hard enough. Because I'm not very secretive about it. Alrighty. Get rid of some of that. Okay, so yeah, I guess just residential. I'm just trying to think what kind of residential. We could start to go pretty high density. See what we get. I reckon so. Alright, let's try that then. So, we'll cut in somewhere maybe there. And that's 5 zones across. Okay. Now the zoning is kind of strange here. Don't know why there's like little gaps. Let me just test something. Do that and then pop it back. It didn't really change what I wanted. This should work though if we just grab a path here, and I'm gonna delatch the buildings from this part of the road. Yeah, I guess that's as good as it gets. And that's 6 zones in, is it? Just want it to be 5. We'll keep that path in the middle. These are just temporary paths so I can kind of fix the zoning, but it actually looks just about fine. I don't want them attaching onto this road. I want them attaching onto this one, if you know what I mean. So putting down the pathways this way can help that here at the beginning. And then like that. Alright, cool. So yeah, are those roads straight? Yeah, it doesn't look like it actually. That's better. Alright, so some high density zones, please. Oh yeah, we can get rid of the path now. It should stay latched onto what it was after you get rid of it. I think, yeah. Alright. So we should see the high density demand falling pretty rapidly. I think we'll mix it with some low rent housing on the sides. I've just changed my mind. Yeah, gonna keep that as a pathway. We'll just let that rezone itself. It'll be fine. You hurt the demand when you do that because it doesn't come back straight away. But it should be okay. Alright, yeah, so just want some kind of more bigger bespoke buildings there, and that's where the pathway is going to come through on that side. The mixed zoning I might put down here again. Leave time playing now. Let these ones come in. They should be fine. Anyway, I've had a hell of a struggle with your Satisfactory series, and following it, it's pretty great and not too hard to follow if we ignore the coal power plant. Yeah, that one was a bit messy, but it does work, and that's why I gave out the save file. So it's like, look, if it hasn't been explained well, which it wasn't, at least people can go in, dive in there and check for themselves to see how it worked, or just use the save file and kind of build from it if they wanted to. I was thinking of getting this game, but it looks way too complicated for me. Well, if you play Satisfactory, I'd say this game is probably easier, in my opinion, but it all depends on what kind of complexity you're into, I suppose, in games. Yeah, there's something that's slightly bugging me, which is, it seems like this road is angled compared to this one, but this I can't change that now. It's too late. Ah, it's such a shame, because these guys did the same thing. That. Right. See if they pop in now. All the high density demand is gone because I just killed all those buildings. But these ones will come in. That one's going to be a very tall building indeed. That should be kind of cool. Interior, what is that? Interior lore designs. They make furniture. We do give a tax break for people to do that, so that's good.
Services managed to get the fires under control.
Alright, cool. Hey Darren, been out of the loop. Is there a command for why you stopped streaming on Twitch? No, but it was over a year ago, so that's why there's no command. Not many people really ask that. Jeremy B, thank you very much for becoming a member and becoming a quaster at that. Appreciate that a lot. Tier 3'd out of his mind over there. Thank you. Are you an engineer or planner by trade? I really enjoyed your realistic CS2 video a couple of days ago, and you seem to know what you're doing. Nope. I went to college in 2010 to 2014, studied computer game development. So I'm a programmer by trade. But I never really worked as a programmer. I worked for 6 months as a programmer, and then I got a job in marketing at Creative Assembly in 2015, and I worked there for 2.5 years. And then I left and did YouTube full time. So that's what I do. I think being a programmer keeps you organized if you're a somewhat good one. I wasn't very good. I was okay. But it trains you to be organized, and I think I'm just organized. I also put a lot of time into planning things. That's why it takes so long with videos. A lot of trial and error. So, like for instance, this whole playthrough was me guessing what I'm doing. And that's why I did this on stream before actually committing to a video series first. I recently found your content, and I gotta say, I've never seen the pathway trick done before. I really like how it fixes zoning, so thank you for that. It's good to hear. Yeah, I don't really watch many other creators, but I haven't seen anyone mention that yet. So, that's a good one. I just found it through trial and error. I never even looked it up or anything. The trick with it really is the fact that when you remove the path, the zones don't revert to their old state. They used to in City Skylines 1. So it seems to be just a thing for this game, because it's like, well, they stay that way after you remove it, which is vital for this to work. And so get rid of that, now we've got a nice solid zone here, and then removing that path, it's the same. So we now have the zones, this has the priority, because it's like this was down first now, and then that was added second, so that seems to be the way it works. But yep. What do we got? High rent, high rent, high rent. Nice looking buildings, these two. Bit of color on them. Even though they're the same building, the different colors help differentiate them a bit. Alright, so we've also got need for offices, more industry, and things like that. I think with our education levels, the way they are, offices would be probably a good idea as well. So this is an underground parking building, and we have our hospital here. Another underground parking building. Is anyone using that one? No one's using that one. This one's full, though. Next to the hospital, I guess. Tell you what, we're gonna get rid of that one then. So our center of the city was be mostly offices, like here, but they're low density. So I might start removing some of the low density ones and adding in high density on top of them. Like you've got a big permit now to build high. Although I guess you have to remove them, do you, first? Seems that way. That would be the problem. I didn't have the right thing selected. Alright, cool. That's a big batch. Should work. Something else I wanted to try is someone in the comments of the previous episode said you could just turn off parking. Yeah, so I had a comment on my previous video for City Skylines, and they were like, you don't have to make the sidewalks wide, like this, to get rid of parking. They said you could just turn off parking. That's not possible though, is it? Does anyone know how to do that? Because I haven't seen that as an option. This is the parking tab. I don't see anything to do with setting parking rules. Now, on the district, you can set the rules to be, what is it, roadside parking fee. This wasn't actually turned on, but yeah, roadside parking fee, just whack it all the way up there. I want people to use these car parks. Oh, something really nice we can do now, actually, just thinking about it, because I have these weird, you know, we're building offset, sort of, is we can finally, yeah, kind of extend the borders of this so it actually fits. That'll look actually much better now, using angular buildings like this, or angular area. What do we have? This is police headquarters. Wow, big building. And that is the Principus, which is an office, unique office building. So I would say, yeah, a couple more offices maybe along the side here. So I would go with, oh, it's a bit strange maybe, but an alleyway going up there would be nice. Right after a junction, so I don't know how that would work. Okay, it just widens the junction. I'm actually okay with that. Oh, but it says overlapping items. Can't do that either, no. And the noise in this area. Oh, it's such a shame. Could do a little turn. I can get rid of some of that crosswalks stuff down there. I don't know. I think this is super messy. I guess probably we should just leave it. We could just put the buildings here. I was thinking just some offices here, but I didn't really want them latching onto that side of things. I wanted them to have their own street. And the pillars are in the way, preventing zoning there, actually, which is interesting. Yeah, interesting problem. We'll solve that in a sec. Almost installed the game after announcing there's a format mistake. For Satisfactory. Grass and trees on roads also... Yeah, no, I'm aware of that, yeah. The best is the district roadside parking. Just out of the box question, what made you do YouTube and decide to go full time? I appreciate that, Marnus. Hey, I didn't get a chance to look at what you sent me in Discord, by the way. I was out at the time. And sorry, Lumi, I missed what you said. Fun fact, the coal power plant episode had me writing angry comments on your video, but later I deleted it and finally finished the plant. Also, yeah, lots of people have like their own... It's all good. Anyway, I don't want to talk about Satisfactory here too much. That's part of what I loved it the most. Makes traffic management much more satisfying. I agree. The most annoying part was the pipes because the floor holes were and still are bugged. Yeah, they are. Yeah. They're bugged, but if you can just fix the... It's only to do with the pumps. So, the initial floor holes are bugged. But you can work around the bug, and once you work around it once, it's set forever. Like, I've just did a video that'll be out tomorrow where I upgrade the coal power plant. I didn't have to touch the pipes at all. It was all fine. And I added extra water and everything. So that was the reason for designing it that way. I hope that people who had some reservations about how I designed it in the first episode can now hopefully watch this one and see like, oh yeah, it's really easy to upgrade it. I doubled power output in about 20 minutes just by upgrading belts. And that was with me making a mistake where I had to track something down. So anyway, grass and trees and roads. Oh yeah, I read that right. Is this game worth $55? No, in my opinion, no. It's just a bit too buggy and broken at the minute. But you can play it on Game Pass. That's where I would get it. I mean, if you really love City Builders, it's still fun. It's got good gameplay and good progression. It's just there's a lot of bugs and graphical issues and things like that and performance. So kind of depends what your $55 is worth to you. But I'd say in a year where there's been like basically a AAA 10 out of 10 type game every month, practically, that the competition is fierce for your $55. Especially when it's on Game Pass. You could try it there anyway to see if you like it. Just out of the box question, so what made you do YouTube and go full time? That's a very long story. But I worked for Creative Assembly for a while. They make Total War games, and Total War is what got my start on YouTube. On YouTube, basically, when I was in college, on my final year, Total War Rome 2 released, and it was a really notoriously buggy launch. September 3rd, 2013. And I started making videos on the game, critiquing it, I guess, not criticizing it, critiquing some of the issues that it had, and trying to work out what the problem was, because I was in college, I was learning about AI, I'm in my third year, actually I was in my fourth year, well, it doesn't really matter, anyway, I was far enough into it, where I was starting to work out what systems were failing, just by kind of trying to understand what was going on, by playing it, and also looking at the files and stuff like that. Anyways, doing that got me noticed by Creative Assembly, and mostly they're just their PR teams and stuff, because I was getting some traction in the videos. I was getting like 30 or 40,000 views on my very first videos, so it felt great, you know. It was like, oh, this is sweet. And before that, I used to make Minecraft videos for fun. Anyway, I won't go down that path. Long story short, they noticed me, they hired me, and I worked there, and I thought, like, I had an internship where I was going to do QA and marketing, and I got along with designers and developers there really well. I lived with a designer as well, an upcoming designer. He's an intern at the time. And originally, I wanted to kind of get my foot in the door any way I could, and then hopefully progress over to development or design. But after working there, it was kind of like, you know, I saw how the sausage was made, and it really put me off. And I knew it was a company, ultimately, but I just wasn't prepared for the level of, in my opinion, well, it's so, I don't even want to say, you know, but just the corporatization of it all, I guess, and the lack of passion. The people that just come in and come out of the studio within 1 to 2 years just don't care about the game. I think it was, and like they care about what their work is, but not the game itself. Like, they're not fans and stuff. And I think I was just disheartened a lot to think that my favorite game, at least at the time, I was a rare person in there in terms of, oh, like, I actually work for the company that make my favorite product, whereas most people don't even play these types of game that were there, and I was just like really upset by that, to the point where it's like you've got high level, I won't name names, but high up designers and directors that hate the thing they're working on. I was like, well, I don't want to work here for 10 years to end up hating what I end up working on if I ever became a game director. It really killed my passion for it. And I had opportunities to move into design, and I just didn't want to do it anymore, and I left. Yeah, I had some designers, like, they were saying, like, oh, I want to give you an interview for the job. Nudge, nudge, wink, wink, you'll just get it kind of thing, because it's obviously just work there. And they knew me well enough, and I was allowed into design meetings and all sorts of things, and it just killed it. I just didn't ever want to do it again. I would love to make games myself for a smaller team. I worked at a small company for about 6 months, and a small team, that's where to be. Very passionate group of people when you're a small team. When you're a big team, a lot of people are just out for themselves. Anyways, so that's all. Anyway, you should become a modder then? I'm doing this full time. This is all good. But I've lost my passion for Total War anyway in general. It's not really something I'm a big fan of anymore. But yeah, I did some modding for Stellaris back in the day. I actually have a mod called the Kronos Galaxy, and I wrote narratives for all these different races, and we pit them together in a big multiplayer campaign. I've been around on the tubes for 5 or 6 years now, full time. But I've only been doing Let's Plays and the What Darren Plays channel for the last couple of years, because that's the one thing that actually worked really well. But if you look up Stellaris Kronos, Kronos, you can see a video from Republic of Play. That was my other channel name, which had 120,000 subs actually. And in that video, I break down like me and a modder worked together on making unique traits for species. We made origins before they were even a thing in the game. A lot of the stuff we did have ended up becoming part of the game. Not saying that they got inspiration from us. It was clear, like, it's things that fans wanted for a while, but we did it first. And I was super proud of that. And it had like 5 stars on Steam Workshop and everything. So loved it. Just don't have the time. I couldn't make any money doing it though. So it's just, it is what it is. And I put all my time into my YouTube channel now, so I just don't have any left over. But I have design docs for a game I'd love to make one day. But I need to save up a lot of money. I'd need to find someone I know that would be interested in working on it with me. I got like no friends basically anymore that do this stuff, so I don't even know where I'd begin to pull together a small team of 3 or 4 people, you know? I'd love to do that though, but I do love what I do now. So it's all good. Anyways, are you into survival games? Because I'd love if you made it like a Terraria series or something. No, not Terraria. I like Minecraft. I like survival games, but I wouldn't be into Terraria. I played it before and just not a big fan. Anyways, I'll try to talk while I actually do stuff. So these buildings have come in. Our demand is kind of starting to bounce back again. Got room for more. Population's growing. Things are okay. I was going to fix these roads here a second ago, and I got totally sidetracked. I don't mind people asking me things, but I'm so bad at reading and then playing the game. This is where I was, yeah. What was that? Traffic jam? Oh, yeah, look at this. We got problems to solve, man. And there's fires raging in the distance. A lot of traffic coming in this way. Where are y'all trying to get to? Got traffic jams here. Okay. See if we can just even smoothen out this part. No parking on the sides, please. Not right now. Also going to take away that crosswalk. And we're going to take away that crosswalk and that one. We're going to add a crosswalk somewhere further up here so that people coming out of school can just get straight across. There. Right, so you guys have a way over there now without bothering the traffic down here. I think it's okay to park a little bit in this area. So many cars trying to get in and out. Take away some of your roadside parking. We made it one way. Is it one way? Yeah. Oh, I think that's why people are using it. They're not actually using it to stop off. They're using it just to go somewhere. I'll tell you what, man. You ain't taking a right turn anymore from up here. Now you have to go left. The only reason you'd get onto that road is if you had to come in here. But I can see how this is kind of suboptimal, right? Because I guess just people who just want to go to university have to travel down this road and come in that way. I would almost say that I don't mind it being one way, but it should be coming in from this direction, if anything. Probably make more sense. But this should ease things a bit once they kind of just flush out. What time is it? It's 11:35. Let's brighten it up the day. There we go. Day-night visuals are on, so the sun will move through. Alright, anyway. Direct them all to the fires. Hey, Rose.
Are being engulfed by flames. The thick
Oh, your
smoke
message was
rises
deleted,
from the
Lumi,
fire
by
mixed
Stream
with
Elements.
dangerous
Why was
debris.
that?
Citizens are advised to vacate any premises near the fires and remain at a safe distance until
Take that back.
emergency
Not
services
liking
manage to get
Terraria.
the fire-
Yeah, I don't know. I played Terraria back when it came out originally, and I just don't get it. I don't get why people like that game so much. But, you know, each to their own. I like 2D games and side-scrollers and stuff, but I just never really, clicked with Terraria. Has Aaron talked about the modding news we got today yet? No, I actually haven't seen any news about that. Feel free to link it in the chat if you want. I'll have a quick look. I've been kind of away all day, or most of the day, and working on stuff earlier this morning, so I just haven't read any news or caught up on gaming stuff at all. Alright, so that's gone a little bit better. We could maybe give them some parking in there. Even do a little car park. See, they've got they have their own car park built in. They've got space down here for nothing. My god, can't you just turn off the ads?
We're live,
Or
and
not the
we're
ads, the news
added
breaks.
onto our-
The worst. It's the same ones over and over. There's only like 5. It's like, okay, I like the idea, but you needed to have more. 20%. Alright, this is the example I was talking about. I won't spend too long doing this type of thing, but I love the idea of doing this at all. Which is, you just extend this. And we fill in that little patch there. Looks much better. And much more deliberate, I would say. You can actually add in your own nodes as well, can't you? Yeah. That one's a little bit weird because it has to come all the way up here, I guess, but... it's a little bit neater. Than if it is just massive and grey. Definitely makes the place look more deliberate, though. Things need to be turned down. They're so loud. Anyway, you can turn off on sound options. I'm not sure. I mean, you can turn off the radio, but that turns off the music. So I don't want to do that. I just want to turn off them giving news announcements. And over here, you can turn off the ads. Ads are off. Ads are different. The news bulletins, as far as I know, cannot be turned off. But let me know if you can. That's a neat command. Yeah, it's really cool that you can do that. Still trying to solve the traffic problem here. There's just tons of cars. Oof, and then the buses are coming out this way as well, and that blocks traffic. Look at this bus is trying to merge here. No one's letting him in. No one's letting him in, and he's just causing, like, mass backups then. You shouldn't have come across. There should be a yellow box there that says you're not allowed to do that. He's never going to get out, either, the way it's going. Everyone taking the left turn here. And it's just guided by traffic lights, is it? Could we maybe remove the traffic lights and just let people figure it out? Where we have a 4-lane road that goes into a 6 issue. But hey, we did decongest it. Here's that. That's good. At least it's, yeah. The traffic lights are the worst. Let people figure out what to do on their own. Alright, okay. I think I actually did solve a problem there. Perhaps. The poor bus, yeah. And the other bus is behind it, but they should all be going now just fine. Many people on this? 13? This is the train to campus route. Oh yeah, so the bus is going to filter in down here, pick people up, and then it delivers people kind of over towards The university, is it? Down here? Or the college, maybe? Like a weird name for a route. Because it goes up and around. Oh, it's to this one. Nope. No, it's not. I can't remember. That's why I said I need to redo the transport lines, because it's very confusing. They've been built on top of each other and haven't been really restructured or reorganized. Another thing. This could actually serve us pretty well to come all the way down here. Like an interior road. Stays away from the outer bypass, I guess. Disable radio, but I don't want to disable the radio. It disables the music, doesn't it? That's no good. Enable in-game radio that features music and broadcasts about your city. So ultimately, you just have to wait for them to allow you to separate the two.
Second moon radio with
Industry in the
this just in from traffic.
Don't need to hear about the traffic problems. We're solving them. It's fine. This soccer field was temporarily placed. We're going to move that somewhere else. As the city gets more and more dense. It would be kind of cool at the back of this building. Not that it's actually directly part of it, but it could look that way. Does it fit? Just up an alley across the back. Oh yeah, it fits. It's perfect. Sycamore Lane. That way, so this is an extra little library, right? And then they also have the University Park building. Oh yeah, that could go right there actually. We could change that road a bit. Has to attach onto the university. Let's try that. They'll be fine. Leave the little alley gap. I'd say why not. Right, so now we'll reconnect the standard road that was here. $90 degrees. Out. Actually, can this just come straight across this way? Yeah. Actually, no, it can't. It's been blocked by some of the zoning. Get rid of a bit of that. Alright guys, it has to be done. I'm saying that to the people who live here. Now, one of the unfortunate things is actually after you put this down, you cannot move it. You have to move the entire building. Can't separate that out, and you can't just delete that on its own. Really annoying, because I wish I could have moved it just a little further to the left. But my bad. I didn't forward plan well enough, I guess. That building's gone already. To make our zones more correct, we'll put a path here. Breaks the zoning there. That puts it back in place. Good. This is high density zoning, right? High density commercial. No way is that low density. Oh, is that combined? Oh, it is. Oh, I think they had this. Why? I have no idea. Why is that different color? I'm confused out of my mind here. I'm only using one thing, unless it's. It wasn't. It was North American. Ah, it was North American. Okay. Fair enough. Oh no! God damn! I've actually haven't seen that before. The first time the path trick hasn't worked. Yeah, there's something. I think there's some road somewhere that's not quite straight. It's only slightly off, but it's causing a bunch of little issues that I'm trying to figure out right now. So if you snap to zoning cell length, I come over to the center of this. Go 90 degrees across, right? 90 degrees. See, there's a difference there. That is different to that. It's like there's a decimal point in the angle that's not showing me, but that's where you want it to be. Yes. You know what? I'm just gonna get rid of these. Sorry, guys. And create new zones for them altogether. But it's obviously just slightly short of fitting 5 tiles. It must be. Have to go with that and decorate the sides instead. Alright, so they'll hopefully come back in. There's a big demand for commerce, so I'm not too worried about it. Now, let's see. Please don't break. Good. Ooh, alright, that took a while. Imagine playing on that field just for... it randomly disappears. I mean, the chaos of these people's lives with me in charge. Little cut-through alley. Primrose Lane. Oh, that's better. Now these buildings will come in. We could maybe do, just to break this place up a little bit, look a bit neater or nicer. Turn off our zoning altogether. Or sorry, our snapping. I'll just give them a path that goes across. Now, does that actually connect? Technically doesn't actually connect into anything, so you could do something like that, I guess. My thing is, I just feel like you'll never see people use this path. Because I don't think in the game logic they know it's there. But maybe, they might latch onto it, maybe. Oh my god. Right. So, yeah, just to make it look a little bit nicer, what we could do is maybe just either extend the bounds of it or just put down our own grass. So type grass surface 01 I think is the one that we'd want, and it snaps all automatically here anyway. Do a bit of that. Here we go, and then we'll put trees down on top of it. Should make it look even. Oh yes, people are using it. Excellent. Right. Just while we're in this mode, you can see the hologram of it, but it's actually shouldn't really be visible when we stop adding it. Alright, cool. And then, yeah, some trees, I guess. So what could we go with? Birch. Normally a nice thin one that works quite well. If the game didn't just unload everything right in front of me. It does sometimes. Oh yeah, and it's fall, I guess, right now. So the leaves are orange. Because of the time of day, we're pretty thickly placed in shadow. There's no line tool in the game, so you just kind of have to go by feel. If I was spending a very long time on it, you know, I'd try to get a bit more accurate, but it's fine, whatever. It's all good. Don't worry about it. Alright. There we go. There we go. We just added the university park. Soccer field out the back of it. Nice little park area for people to hang around in. The big dense, and we've just got demand for everything again. We've just gained 5,000 people over the course of just playing today, and money is up as well. I haven't even done anything other than just clear one traffic jam, which is backed up yet again. So we guess still got to figure out traffic a lot. See you later, Carlo. This city is actually named Carlo, by the way. Spelled a little different. How do you access that menu? So in order to access this menu on Steam, you have to right-click the game in your library, go to Launch Options, and then type - Developer Mode, like that. All right, on Steam, in the Properties, Launch Options, pop that in, and then close the property window, and then launch the game. And then when you launch the game, you'll be able to access this menu by pressing the Home key. You just press Home. In order to access a building's kind of plot and extend its textures and stuff, you have to type clip. Go to clip surface. You can actually do it with a few other types, but just clip surface is usually the one I use. It works the best. And then you have this sort of hologram around a building to let you kind of add nodes or extend out the the grass and so on and so forth. Okay, so that's how you do that. What I was saying to people earlier is it works really well for industry, right? So you can get rid, you can cover all this grass with concrete. Now, if you type in surface, you'll see all the surfaces in the game that you can use. You can actually make your own surfaces and place them in there. I mean, use some of the ones that are here, I mean. So like tile surfaces and some of the placeholder ones if you wanted to use them. So you can still do that. So you just do it the way you'd paint out a district, right? Concrete surface. Done, right? It's as easy as that. To get rid of it, you just have to get rid of the nodes. And when there's less than 2, I think it just, or less than 3, it gets rid of it. That's as easy as that. The other thing that you can do in developer mode is press tab. And then you have all this kind of extra info. One of the things I like to do, got lots of white lines on the roads right now. If you go to game rendering, shaders, and then toggle the one that says deterioration. This will be in a different order. Every time you load it, it's in a different order. This one is the one that turns off the white lines. I like to get rid of that one as well. There's other things you can do in here as well, like spawning traffic and changing the weather and all sorts of interesting things, but that's all I use it for, personally. That's all I plan on using it for now. Thank you, no worries. You can connect it directly to the train station hub. Sorry, let me read. What should we connect directly to the train station? Oh, you mean like a pathway that goes from the university? That would make sense. From over here. There's space here. No, that's where the thing is. Yeah, good point. That you can have one of these pathways up on top here that comes off, goes down, across somewhere. Where would they come from, though? Just trying to think where a path could go. That would make sense. People are using this to get into the city there. I guess it's a way to get in before you have to take that super busy road. Well, I'll think about that in a second. We should definitely do that, but I'd like to try and solve this traffic jam that we have. Trying to work out where the hell are people going. See, in this game you can't actually see where people are going. You get their destination, but not their route. So he's going to Foggy Street. Trying to go there. And I assume it's just people that come in off the highway, right? Come in off the highway, you go down, you're taking a left turn, it's just a very busy road. Some people are pulling in this way to go into the university, and that is a one-way street. Maybe I should stop trying to be clever with one-way streets and just make it a two-way. Right, yeah, so I'm thinking like the path is just going to go across here, run along, and then go up. Seems like that's the obvious thing to do with that, at least for now. Covered pedestrian bridge. Interesting. That's kind of cool. Distance too short. Oh, it's a shame.
You're listening to Second
Yep, let's give them that.
with Jay, Tom. We're and
Hey, we just hit 10 million. The zones are like different, of course. I reckon if I do something like this, I'll break the zones there, and then we can use this center point here. Knows that it has to come in this way. I have to go over to... Yeah, let me just continue that just for a sec. Want to just match what we've got on the bottom. So to do that, we're already one tile in from the roads, that's fine. And I think we go up to... Yeah, I can't remember the height actually. So what was this height? $10 meters. No, it wasn't 10 meters. Must have been lower than that. I think the minimum we could get to was... Yeah, it was 8.75. Got it. Alright, so 8.75. Also, by the way, really interesting little gameplay tip here. if you go into your options, gameplay, interface, input, advanced, elevation dragging. Turn this on. Allows changing elevation by selecting and dragging and when building roads, tracks, pipes, and cables. So what that does is, instead of having to click that button that I just did down in the bottom left, this thing, you can now just click like somewhere here and drag up and down. It'll still use the increment that you've set, so it's not going to be like setting anything off. It's just a much easier way to have to not take your mouse off the thing you're doing, I guess. Or having to press page up and page down. I don't know how far that this is supposed to come down. $6.25. Oh, is this slope too steep? Can be. Same as what the other one's doing. Damn it. Sorry about this, hang on. Oh, it's to 5. Alright, got it. Alright, at least now it's I'm not saying it looks the best, but at least it's the same. Alright, I'll catch my chat in just one sec because I was really bogged down on doing that just for a second there. We bring that across, invalid shape. What's that? Too close, I'm guessing, is it? Okay, that's fine. It's such a shame that it breaks the the crosswalks to be like an unusual size. All right. Why you not use a dev mode? I'm not sure what you mean. I do use dev mode. I just used it there a second ago. You think the game got better since release? I haven't really noticed anything in terms of, like, I've seen that they've put out 2 or 3 patches, but I couldn't tell you one difference that I felt in terms of gameplay. That's just me. I still have the loading and unloading issue that we had before, so nothing's really changed for me. The game runs the same as it did. So yeah, I can't really say I've noticed anything different. I still get the customers thing every now and then. Actually, I get that less. So the not enough customers thing. People said that there was a bug to do with garbage. So that's apparently been fixed. We have got a weird situation with that because I've never built anything to do with garbage. Except for one thing. We did build a recycling center. But as you can see here, my oh yeah. Oh, it has changed. That was, oh, that must have been really bugged then before, because I had a recycling center, just one, and we placed it right there. And it was processing something like 130 tons a month, not 1,300. And we had noticed on the stream that these additional buildings were definitely broken. Like, in terms of their numbers. They didn't make any sense. Don't know if it does now. 50 tons a month, that still seems broken to me. 50 tons. Because we should be processing like thousands. So it's very strange. And we went over this multiple times, so I don't need to go over it again. But you're at like 50 tons is nothing to add on when the base building is like 1,400. Yeah, 1,500 processing capacity per month. And then you're telling me that these additional buildings just add 50 extra. Just 50. No extra efficiency, nothing else. And it costs 40,000 upkeep. This building costs 160,000 upkeep. So 4 of these upgrades, 4 of them, is the equivalent of 1 building, but it would only have given me 200 processing capacity, whereas the building gives you 1,500. So it's ridiculous. The numbers are way off for that. It's not bugged or anything, but it's just the wrong numbers in. It's poorly balanced, I guess. That's the only thing I've ever noticed with garbage. But people had said that apparently if you get over 40 or 50,000 people, everyone starts to pile up garbage and it becomes a real problem. But I never got that far, but apparently that's been fixed. So I'm not saying that they haven't been working on things. Just in terms of my experience, I haven't noticed anything. But maybe because I'm just not far enough into it to notice yet. Alright. How's the traffic? So the two-way road has minimized things. Are people using my little pathway? They are a bit. We have our trams running then. Oh, one of the things that's kind of nice about the dev mode thing is that you can... Things that you've seen in the world that you can't actually build yourself, like rocks. You can just type in rock and then just place one. So, that's kind of cool. It does seem like they're scaled up. And I haven't seen a way to do that. So... You know, but it's kind of nice that you could do it. Space rocket. So yeah, little extra decorating options, just very slight, but you know, it's there if you want it. Standing stones are kind of a good one that I was using a little bit. Right, so what next? We have demands for everything again. We've got traffic everywhere. What are our districts looking like? Areas. This doesn't have a district yet, so we should give it one. Starting here actually would be a bit easier, I think. Well, thinking about it, it should really come to here. This is one of the problems with the district tool is I just want to move that node, but it's because it's touching on another node, it makes it very difficult. There we go, got it.
A driving advisory has been issued
All right.
for the immediate
Moonlight
area
view.
due to poor road conditions.
Poor road conditions. Let's see.
With your host, Jade.
Industry in the...
We're live.
So, road condition. Well, it's perfect everywhere. So the weather can affect that, but it seems pretty good. So fine with that. All right. Man, it's busy down there. We need to give them trees and things just to break up some of the parking and then add some car parks. Next to the residential, add some trees. Grass. Alright, maybe a big fat car park somewhere down here. Although again, I'd like them to be taking... I feel like we're starting to get to the point where we need a subway. Because trams are running, but we can't really run trams down every road. Let's try another car park though, so... Underground, overground, I guess underground again. Although the overground car park is pretty big. Pretty nice looking, I think. So, somewhere across from the football stadium thing. Park. We could actually just move that slightly. Turn off the snapping. Look it right in on the sides. Alright. There's only 160 spaces? That's crazy. Hang on, might just use the other one then, because I'm pretty sure this has... That's crazy. 160. I thought I had way more than that. The underground has 200. Yeah, I'm going to use that then. Screw this. I like the look of this building, but definitely using underground if it's the case that it just stores more. And it's smaller. Stores more and it's smaller. Stamp on the map, I guess. Alright, so 2 of them right there. And then the other thing... Wow, someone's actually calling me. My phone never rings. Let's do roadside parking fee just to discourage people parking. A heavy traffic ban actually might be a good idea in this place, Moonlight View, because it's almost all exclusively residential. So yeah, let's do that. 3,700 people living here, 682 pets. And the households are almost completely full. But there's still demand for more, so we can just keep cramming them in. Alright, what mod is that? There's no mods. Again, I'll just mention this one more time because people keep asking, but this is the developer mode. So, one last time I'll just mention it. If you go into Steam, I'll just show it actually really quickly. So on Steam, you right-click your game, go to Properties, go to Launch Options down here on the General tab. Type in Developer Mode, dash, so dash like a minus sign, dash, Developer, and then a capital M for Mode. So Developer Mode. And you just close that. You don't have to hit enter or anything, just make sure it's in the box. Close it, run your game. So you have to close the game first, right? Run the game. When you go into the game then, you can press Home. The Home key allows you to add any object you want to the world. Or allows you to change the plots of certain buildings. So let's see one that we could potentially change real quick. That could look kind of nice. Yeah, just as an example like this one, right? So we go clip surface. You then can hover over the different surfaces that you have access to, and you can drag and drop them out. You can add nodes to this, just like you're designing an area, like a district or something. And now we're up against the edge of the map. Now, when the building upgrades, that gets undone. You have to do it again. So I wouldn't do it too much until you're pretty happy with how things are. However, it can be greatly used for industry, because you get all these patches of grass. And it's like, well, we don't need patches of grass if we could just extend this out. Or if you don't want to do that at all, you can just type surface. Choose the surface that you want. So let's say, for whatever reason, we wanted sand here. Yeah, that's how you do that. When you add your own surface and the building upgrades, it stays. So that's a good tip there. So if you're closing this, I advise not pressing the X. Just press the home key again to get rid of it. Because if you press the X, you have to restart the game to reopen it sometimes. Another thing you can do is type tab, or press tab, and there's a bunch of different things in here to access. Mostly metrics and stuff for the developers to see how things are working, but you can turn off like different elements of graphics, set the weather, change the time of day, the speed of the simulation, on traffic, lots of things you can do in here. Radio. If only you could turn off the that would be interesting if you could turn off the little news bulletins. But anyway, damn, what was I going to say that's interesting? Oh yeah, so I've already done it in here, but in game rendering, when you go down to shaders, one that I've checked off is called curved decal deteriorating or something, deterioration. That's basically the white lines that are on the roads. You can just turn them off if you don't like them. Some people do like them. I don't like them. I wish I could turn them on, but make them really faint. They're just a bit too much in my opinion, but they do serve a purpose. You do need to see where people can go when you're designing out new roads. So it's the kind of thing I flick between. So if you just close it and then open that tab again, you can kind of easily get to it. And just turn it on if you need it. That's kind of what I use, or do. Not a workshop tool, that's just the developer mode that's built into the game. So basically in Unity, when developers are testing and messing around with their own games, they'll often bake in some sort of commands into their game so they can quickly test things in the live environment build. So it's just a developer mode way of accessing it, really. The game runs the same. My first stream ever, found your channel last night. Hey, thanks, Nene, Diego. How do you get people to stop using taxis? Yeah, I don't know. I had the same problem. I think you build your own taxi depot and you build taxi stands, but ultimately, I think they use taxis because there's no buses. Or not enough buses in the area they're trying to get to. So if you set up a lot of bus routes, you tend to declutter the amount of taxis that you have. You tend to, but we still have a lot, still a decent amount coming in. But early game, I noticed there was just streets packed with taxis. But as we've gotten bigger and built our own transport, it seems to have gone down. That's my theory on it anyway. I think you just give people, like taxis are probably expensive, right? So if you give people other alternatives to get to where they want to go via bus or tram, they'll take that instead. And that seems to lower the amount of taxis that get used. What's the problem here? There's no vehicles available. What? For our trams? Five out of 14. So basically all the trams that can be out are out right now, right? Yeah, 15 out of 15. So I must have made some lines that we actually can't fly. 15, that's really not that much. Can we add more? No. Guess we'd have to add another depot. How do I see where they all are? Turn off. Oh, you can actually turn off roads. Those are where all my trams are right now. No, that's the stops, isn't it? Does this legend not show me the actual trams? No, I guess not. It just shows you stops. Shows you taxis, though. Maybe you have to click the line or something. I'm trying to just see how you would spot them going around. Yeah, so weird. Like, I don't see them. I know they're out there. Oh, there they are. Alright, so it's that thing. So they're... Okay. And then the taxis are just underneath, right? Yeah. Okay, right. Sorry, I just hadn't used that view before. So they have the icon that has the same for buses. Okay, that's kind of weird. The buses and trams have the same icon as they go around their various routes. Yeah, we might not have enough, but that's I'm sure it's fine. Although if we want to add any more tram routes, kind of screwed. So I guess what I want to do then is open up that transportation view again. Public transport stations. No. Depots, no. Taxi stands, no. All that's good. Keep the tram stops on, turn off the other things. Passenger transport vehicles, that's the one. So it's all lumped under that. Okay, fair enough. I'm gonna turn off all these and then we can kind of get an idea of where these guys are. And tram tracks. Okay. I'm surprised we're using 15. It just doesn't feel like we would be, but I guess so. A lot of people using them though, it's good to see. Taxis are not that expensive, I believe. I also seen a setting where I believe the standard minimal taxi ride is $10. Build a small dock. Yeah, I think we'll start to build a harbor soon. I said that in the title of the video, so or stream, so I definitely want to do that. But I was just trying to solve a few problems that we had earlier with traffic. I think it's gotten a little bit better. I'm not seeing the traffic jam symbol anymore. One thing I'd like to solve though, I want to get rid of as many pips as I can before I start developing new things. High rent. How do we fix that? Taxes are quite low for people, if I recall correctly. Well, they're not too bad. How much money are we making? Bring it down a little bit. A higher zone density or different zoning type might be needed. Well, I'm not going to do that. Or we... Well, maybe. We could start to make higher zones here and encourage them to move in that way. And that's interesting that people mentioned, sorry, I'm getting pulled in multiple directions now. So yeah, we've got 40 taxis in use. Can we set the price of them? No? Someone said that they saw somewhere that it's set to maybe $10. Is that a services fee? Transportation, that's the budget fees. Can't seem to set the fee of transportation. So I don't know where you do that. Or if it's set at the taxi stands, for instance. Probably not. Would make any sense. Tourists. So that's actually quite interesting. Taxi-wise, taxis transport citizens and tourists within the city and between the city and outside connections. 635 citizens per month are using it. The overwhelming majority are using buses and the trams. A little bit of using the train as well, so that's good. We don't really have many tourists, but 35,000 are using our public transports. That's pretty damn good. Isn't that everybody? Isn't that basically everybody? I know it probably counts like multiple uses, right? So, fair enough. It's set in policies. Oh yeah, city policies. I often forget that that's a... Where do you... Oh yeah, there it is. Minimum taxi fare. Let's whack that up, because we don't want people using taxis as much. The minimum fare is $25. You're getting in a taxi, you're paying that minimum.
Caution if you must drive and try to stay off the streets until conditions improve.
Thank you for that, by the way.
This is...
You're listening to Second Moon, the epitome of classical...
Industry in the region is on the rise.
And on to our...
What do you reckon? A second tram depot? I reckon so. Trying to think that this would probably... I'm gonna have to move it twice. It's gonna cost us a lot of money, but whatever. The one's gonna go here, sideways, and another one just further in. Quite big and busy and noisy right next to the residential estate like that, but it's either that or have one here and then one flipped around the opposite way. So they both feed onto the same track leading out. That might be good. That way we kind of keep away from the residences there. There's also a train rail yard down here, so you could actually push it pretty far out of the way if you wanted it to be not on top of the city. It's just that this area isn't fully developed yet, so I haven't really figured out what I'm going to do with that yet. I think I'll stick to the second plan. Just to build a small road that comes in this way. Gauging where that's going to have to go. I'm just going to move this slightly out of the way for a sec. So, need a tram track. Medium... Nope. Go transport... Trams, double tram track. Can't snap onto that, which is interesting. Huh. I guess you need an actual road connection for the people who work here to be able to access it. Fair enough. Your road connection. There it was. I was so off. Does anyone know how to fix why high density complain about small homes? Oh no, I haven't actually seen that before. Small homes. Well, that sounds to me like they want more low density, like they want just regular houses, don't they? But yes, I don't know. I guess I'd be speculating at that point. I really don't know how you fix that. Haven't come across it yet. Right, then we just pick our tram tracks, we upgrade the road to have that on it. Now they need a way out. They're technically not going all the way. Go. And let's simplify this just somewhat. Get rid of the crossing there. Can I get rid of the other one? There we go. Traffic lights? Ah, just give way. Give way is the best. Alright, so that goes nowhere, but that's okay. They're all pulling out to this side anyway. How do I remove the tram track off that one? There we go. Alright, so we've added 15 more vehicles. I don't know, or 10. Give them the extra garage as well. There's another 15. So 1 or 2 might roll out. I don't know where we actually see the full total amount that it wants to use. This is how much it is using. So that's 4. So that was trying to use 5. I see. So yeah, a few of these are going to start rolling out and continuing now. That's nice. Alright, let me take a drink and catch my chat. I've been missing it for a while, so let me catch some of this stuff. I've got to go to work now. See you later, Thomas. Sorry I didn't say bye for a while. You're probably gone already. Looking forward to seeing what you achieve at the game. Thank you. High rent can be solved at the welfare office. Yeah, we actually have one built right next to where those people are complaining about that. I'm sure that has helped, but it doesn't seem to be the total solution. Unless we need to do something else with it. Is that land price is too high? Too many services? Parks? Why can't they afford it though? Does that just mean they need more education? The taxi station controls price? Well, we saw that it's... Oh, sorry, I'm obviously reading that late anyway. That just seems bugged, the small homes. I only have one near schools and they still complain. Seems like they level up through the schooling but do not move out. They complain that the building fails. Yeah, it's interesting. I wonder how long it takes for people to move when they start. Yeah, I don't know. Because people, do they progress in life and get a second job, or do they just take a job and they have that forever? Like, I don't know how deep the simulation goes. I guess you could track a person and see. Poorly educated. Like, are they ever going to go back to school, or are they just forever now poorly educated? It affects their wages and garbage production. I know it's not necessarily a super realistic game, but I wouldn't say that more educated people produce less garbage. I'd almost say it's quite the opposite, but I know it. Well, yeah, I don't know. I feel like people who have more money buy more things and throw more things away, but I can see how you could say that the riffraff throw away like their McDonald's cartons or whatever. No shade thrown at people who eat McDonald's. I hate McDonald's. I am the riffraff. I'm loving this. I could just keep this on as a little background on all day. How many are on that one? 38. On this one? 7 out of 20. See, this is the thing. We've got, it said there wasn't enough rolling out, but to be fair, none of them are full anyway, so. 49 out of 240. They have pretty decent capacity in this game, which is nice. That's cool that he slows down before before it goes onto the road. Alright. Bigger homes, higher rents. Well, see, this is the thing, the eternal question I've been wanting to know, which is, they're saying high rent. Does everyone pay rent? I mean, is that just high mortgage cost? You know, are there mortgages in the game? Is everyone renting? The Millennial Simulator 2023? No one can afford a house. Everyone's just renting. Because yeah, we've got high rent in all these different places. So if we have a look at land value, for instance, mentioned. Kind of low. Low-ish. High up in this area where no one's complaining about rent. Average land value is $53,000 a cell. Wow. Well, a cell is surely the one of these, right? A tile. Is that a cell? Well, it's called a tile here. I would have thought a cell is actually the one zoned cell. That's the average. Pretty crazy. Check how full they are at 8 a.m. and 6 p.m. Sorry. I'm not sure. These jobs, their jobs could upgrade, but I'm not sure if they move out. Seems like they, yeah. Rebuilding area with smaller homes sometimes helps solve that issue. If they've got too much high rent, like I could throw in a few low rent housing, right? But it wouldn't look very nice. I want people to just move out here if they want to live in the suburbs. If you can't afford to live here, you know, you've got options in the city. These are low rent housing, although I guess they're full. Okay, I can see their problem, their point. Okay, let's do a little extra zoning as well. Since learning my zoning trick, we can actually make use of this area a lot better. Well, that's fine, whatever. Now we've got much bigger plots to work with. Get rid of this now. Back, to probably have gone even further back, no? I guess that's... Alright, we got a nice big fat plot, 80 homes, 64, 100 in that one. Apparently 40 in that one. So again, we could use our little trick here. The trick that City Skylines devs don't want you to know about. Make a short or something on this. Actually, I might do that, thinking about it. Good little tip. When the music gets all melancholy and it's raining, I feel like I could do this all day. A little bit cleaner. A little bit cleaner. Spent forever doing that, but nice just to go right up against the road. Or the path. Or the alley, actually. It's an alley, isn't it? Yep. 98 out of 240 is what I like to see. City Planner Plays says more zoning is needed when they complain about rent. Could it be a supply and demand mechanic? I don't know. I mean, maybe. Well, here's what I would assume. If people are demanding if they're saying that they've got high rent, it's that this family don't have enough money for this area anymore. Maybe something has changed, or maybe I don't know. They just don't have the money for it. So you'd think that making new buildings. Wow, this building's not even done yet, and 100 people have already moved in. So making more buildings that are more affordable, or in places that are more affordable generally, they would move from there eventually. So I tell you what, right? So their household wealth is wretched, right? The financial situation in the household's abysmal. Ron Weaver, uneducated, unfortunately. We'll give him a follow. Ron Weaver, happy sleeping. It is 2 a.m. And we'll just follow another person here, Claire Larson. These people that are complaining about high rent, I'm just curious, you know, will they ever move? This house has actually been upgraded several times. We have Marion Garner and another one here. Let's pick one that's further out. Here. Just one person living here. Aspen Easton, the senior. All right. So now we can check in on these people and see, will you ever move? Like, what happened to you, you know? We'll let some time play. We're zoning some areas here by the campus, the college, I guess. Nice to see that parking has been used almost completely full. This one actually still has loads of spaces. But yeah, I was going to put even more houses here, but if they need even more parking, I'll put a third one in a row. I'll do it. See how busy it is. Look at these scabs parking here instead of just going in. What is it? Oh, oh no, it is $10 for both. I was gonna say that one of them was cheaper, but I guess not. Alright, they're making use of the other one. That one's at 212 out of 200. Are they just circling around in there looking for a space? Then you come out and realize they could just go this one over. Weren't so damn lazy. Like zone more commercial offices in industry to create more jobs. Oh yeah, that could be possible as well. Yeah, so well, I guess that's a good point. So it's like, okay, they don't have enough money, or the people here don't have enough money for where they are. So there's a few things. It's like, okay, the area could be, maybe something did just recently go down in the area that raised the land value. That could be possible. The other one is they might be looking for a home that's cheaper, but they can't find one because there's maybe I haven't zoned anything in a long time. That's another option. Third option that you brought up, perhaps they just can't get a job that pays what they need to live where they are. So maybe they need more jobs around their area or higher paying jobs, for whatever reason. So we do have demand for industry and offices and all this stuff. I've been very slow to add these things. What's going on up here? Not enough customers. So it does seem like people don't have enough money to be spending in our places. Could be the case. They got not enough customers. So I'll tell you what, actually something else that we planned to do was that full up? Yeah. That in more housing up this way. That was to add the customers to this area. Let's do that as well. Might do low rent, seeing as people are struggling out there. Let's see where we could just add a couple little cut-throughs. Say one next to the parking would be good. In the middle. That goes straight out to the tram tracks. Don't want people jumping on the tracks. Hopefully things haven't gotten that bad. Tram tracks would be a really weird way to go. Do that. Suppose we could come down even here. A bit grid-like. I like to offset things, but that's fine. Okay, right. We'll just go all low rent again. I should add more customers to the area for these guys to feel a bit better. In fact, one of the little pips went away straight away. What's the other demand? It's medium residential. Let's try, excuse me, mix it. So yeah, the row are these row houses? Yeah. They've been there for a very long time. They kind of, it's almost time for them to upgrade and become bigger and better. Well, I can see through these buildings. Yeah, you can see through them. What the hell? I'm on the highest graphic settings. Oh well. I love these ones. These look super cool. Something I actually want to try is change the weather, because people had mentioned you can do that. Climate? Cloudiness, precipitation. Override precipitation to 0. Get rid of the clouds. And if I get rid of that now, is it just going to come back? Yeah, I guess so. Active weathers. Pause sim on lightning. Oh, that's funny. They must have added that so you could get a picture of the lightning. Kind of cool. Population. Weather and climate. That was it. Season stats. So you can actually change the season you're in. I'll leave it though. I don't want to mess with things too much. I was just wondering, could I do that? Because sometimes we've seen it rain for a very long time, and just for a bit of variety, it'd be nice to turn it off every now and then. Alright, so today, I don't know if I will get to the harbor today. I'll try, but today we've added in this block here, some extras here. We added in the park, the soccer fields, cleared some traffic that was happening at the front of the university, so that's gone now. Oh yeah, it said that I wanted to put down buildings here, offices. There isn't really an easy way to kind of get to them. Suppose these could come in this way. Another one there. Barely what it latches onto sometimes. No, don't do that. What the hell, man? It says it's overlapping if I even get just even close to it. It won't even let me do that. Why? Why can't I interact with that? Oh, I think it's because of the... Oh, it's after doing that pillar thing. It's after putting a pillar down right here. Oh, it's such a pain. The pillars are supposed to come out like on the sides. I think I just messed that up then. Actually, not the worst thing. I mean, it's in the middle of the road, so I guess it is kind of the worst thing. But I forgot how someone told me that you're able to kind of put them down yourself. Maybe just by accessing in here. So that's a tram road, right? Double tram track. If anyone knows how to add in the actual pillars, please do let me know. There's definitely a way. It was shown to me that you could do it. Some high-rise offices would be cool. Yeah, I'm gonna get rid of these ones. I can't even get rid of those now. There's something messed up. There we go. Yeah, this one's like is saying I can't do it because of that road. Ugh. Well, I could dezone it. What are you gonna do then? Game's gonna crash probably. Just driving through it. Does anyone know? You can try to put those paths down with the snapping turned off. The snapping was turned off. That's what I was saying. It wouldn't let me go out to the edge. See from here. Overlapping. Da, 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 da. It's happening because of the pillars. There was pillars here a second ago, but in changing the zoning, the pillars snapped to the center. And now I can't seem to get it back out to the sides. Now I could rebuild the thing, but it might be totally broken. But I'll just try to do that. I've got no other solution in mind, really. It actually won't even let me delete that now. Yeah. I had this before. Why I said that building on a road on top of another road is not really ideal in many situations. Could I just try something else for a second? Nope. Don't want to do any of this. I was hoping to just like refresh it somehow. I really don't want to delete the road below. Oh well. Double clicking a road does help create a pillar. Alright, we could try that. Yeah, because it adds a new node, doesn't it? Won't let me do it though. This is overlapping. You can see it's highlighting the red part of the road up on top of the screen. Like anything that's trying to interact with anything near here. It's like, no, I'm not even allowed to build here. Oh, yeah. I'm overlapping. This obviously just kind of bugged. Right, get rid of this segment for a sec. Then I can get rid of this. Try that again. Okay. Let's continue as it was. Fine. Go back in here, grab our double tram track. Needed to be elevated. I can't remember what the elevation was. Was it 8.75, I think? Add it to the center and it creates a roundabout. That could actually be very useful, this place, because this is where we had traffic before, wasn't it? Yeah. I wanted to add a roundabout, but I was thinking like, oh no, I can't really do it because of the thing that was here. Kind of interesting. Let's just try that and see how it goes. I'll let join in now. So even trying to move this now is saying that that's, God, real nightmare. Can't delete that now. Right. He wants paths and zones first, then double-decker tracks. Yeah, maybe. It's so weird because look at what's happened. It's like totally broken. We'll go further back. Clear that one as well. Alright. Starting with a better baseline. Can we go to the center? No, invalid. Valid to go to... No, it's not. To there. Oh yeah, this is what I was trying to do before as well. I was trying to snap it to one side, but yeah, it doesn't seem to want to do that. Alright, we can still go to about here. Oh no, it just works now, yeah. Connect that in. I'll put a pillar support down. Look a bit better. I'm just trying to think if there's a nicer way to curve this. Using a complex curve starting somewhere like over there. Nope. Somewhere like there and then bending to the center. Could look a bit better. Not really. Sorry. Because basically it does have to just bend just slightly. If you want it to go straight, just get it to go straight. It's that straight, and then we want it to bend, so turn off zoning. But now guideline onto the center of the road. Can we do that? Come on. I never understand these things. I'm so bad with them. I'm just like, which is the one? So not that. Not that. This thing geometry? There we go. Okay, alright. Cool. We did it. It works. I think. It could also help as well. Now we've added 3 lanes. If you're turning right, you go into this one. If you're going... Wow, yeah. So this is the right lane, exit only. This is left and left again. God help them. Let's see how that all goes. Yeah, okay. That should actually be much better. Man, Bit finicky, but
Driving
finally got it.
advisory has been issued
Why
for
not
the
center
immediate
that road?
area due to poor road
It would
conditions.
mean changing
Please
everything else.
exercise caution if you must drive. and try
Centering.
to stay off the streets until
Your tune. And we're
Yeah, I thought about it originally. Like initially, this road could be like if I was to center this road, for instance, then if that has to move over left, I suppose this could just come further over. But anyway, it's too much because there's a road on top of it now. It's just a lot. It's a lot to deal with, and the road goes on this way for a very, very long time. So just the way it is. We could make it just like another 6-lane road. I don't know really why it's gone down to being just a 4-lane road. That doesn't actually really make any sense. It could have just stayed 6-lane the whole way down, and then it wouldn't have to shift it over at all. It initially was 4-lane, and I think I upgraded this to 6, and I just didn't bring it down all the way, so I guess that's why. It was built before we had 6-lane roads even unlocked. Anyways, that was, I got very involved with that. So, when do you think we'll have mods? Is developer mode worth it? I'm not sure what you mean, is developer mode worth it? Because it's very easy to access, so I wouldn't really worry about using it too much. I wouldn't do anything too crazy, just in case something goes wrong in the future, but if you just do what I've mentioned, which is changing some of the borders of the surfaces, I really don't think that's ever going to be a problem. I can't see how it would be. But yeah, I don't know. Someone mentioned today that they mentioned something to do with mods. I haven't seen the news. Did anyone drop that in the chat or tell me what that is? Did Paradox mention something to do with news today or mods? I just didn't see it. So in terms of when I think we're going to get mods, probably not until like March or something. The game's not going to be... The game clearly like came out earlier than it needed to. That was mildly painful. Yeah, indeed. The game clearly came out earlier than it was supposed to. Like, just obviously they wanted to get it out before Christmas and the holiday sales and maybe the fiscal year or something as well. So it is what it is, right? We could dwell on that forever. It is what it is. But it seems to me like they're missing animations in the game. Like, this is clearly anyone that's worked in game development at all before, or even just played lots of really early games, knows that this is basically like your alpha state. You've got pretty much... Alpha is basically when you have all the features are in the game. Feature locked, but you have to then fix everything. Things that don't work in terms of, yeah, performance, bugs, what else could be? Like rendering pipeline, all the kind of behind the scenes stuff, memory management. That's that kind of stuff that you do in alpha. Alpha is supposed to be like, yeah, you're feature locked now. Things are working as intentional. You're never going to be adding more features in. Beta is then when you're adding more content. Features and content are different. So it's like, I guess, to me, the systems are in place, right? That's alpha. All the systems are in place, but they haven't even reached beta fully yet, or they haven't completed beta yet, clearly. I guess you could maybe say they're maybe early beta. Anyway, it's because, like, oh, there's no animations when you look at a park, but you hear the sounds of people playing football. Or there's like 3 or 4 animations for people walking around the streets. Someone commented on my previous video saying like, why don't you zoom in more? And it's like, well, there's honestly, unfortunately, just not very much to see. It's people just walking around, and once you've seen that, you've kind of seen it. You know, it's sort of interesting following them, seeing what they do or what they have done. But then it's like, okay, like you're never gonna see anyone doing anything, really. It's fun to follow cars though, just see where they go and, you know, see the things happening. But like, you know, police don't get out of their cars and go into a house. They just drive to a house and drive past it. The only animation for fires being put out is that helicopter dropping water on them, which is pretty cool. I like that one. But, you know, the firemen don't get out and bring their hoses in like they did in the first game. There's tons of just missing things that are small. Clearly, they just needed to decide what could and couldn't be done to get the game out. So when are mods coming? Mods, in my opinion, I don't know. They probably just announced it today, but my assumption would be that when they're in beta, they could maybe add mods in. But as a developer, you wouldn't really want to throw mods into the mix while you're still testing and trying to figure out what problems people are having. Very hard to bug fix when people are complaining about things, and it could be mods that are doing it. So I imagine, because the game is so early still, that they don't really want to add mods into the mix officially until they're quite content with how the game is performing from a bug and performance level and feature level. So I think feature-wise the game's locked. Beta content-wise it's not. So until they do that, And I'm sure they just want a second splash as well for marketing. So maybe in March or April, they'll have some of those content creator packs come out. They'll be like, yeah, we've got mod support. And they'll turn around the perception of the game, I guess, a bit. That's how I would do it if I was in marketing. I'd be like, okay, batten down the hatches, heads down, just do what you can until Christmas. Christmas break, come back mid to late January when everyone's back in the office fully. Because people take holidays at different times. Then get to work, patching the game a couple more, 6 weeks, you know, maybe a couple more sprints, 6 to 8 weeks, and then, all right, now let's start getting some content out and hitting the next fiscal quarter for stuff, you know. That would be my assumption, but I don't know how they're working internally. They're a very small team. Anyways, feature how roads are built, content, maps, and asset design. Show me your city. Yeah, so this is the city that we built. We'll do a little mini tour just very quickly. This is when the game first came out. Oh, what's that? Destroyed by weather. Oh, no. A very specific little bit of something. Hang on, I'll talk about the city in a second. Amazing. All right. Hey, Dark Skiller, thank you very much for becoming a channel member. I appreciate the channel members today. We've had a few, so thank you. Really helps a lot. Kerbal Space Program 2 was released way too early as well. They're 8 months in since early access, and they're just about to release a major update, which will put it at the state it should have been released at. Yep, that's the way it is. Do I have airplanes? No, not yet. I'll show you where we're at. So we're actually about to hit the next milestone any moment now. So let's just do a little quick recap. I'm gonna change the music very quickly. Right, so I started this save when the game came out, but I've only streamed it, so I haven't really done anything on my own. So it's all just been on streams. This is like the 6th or 7th stream for it, and obviously I've been reading chat and going off on random tangents, so it takes me a little while sometimes to catch up on things. But effectively, the population 37,000. Money's totally fine. We have a tram system, train system. We want to look at where everything is basically positioned. I guess zoning might help us with that. If we have a look at our industry is kind of up in the north and out in the west. Commerce is sort of everywhere. You know, it's mostly in the north, but some of the higher density and combined zoning buildings are down in the south. So it looks to me like we need more commerce down south. Could have something to do with the fact that, yeah, they have high rent down here. Offices are in the center, so some of our high-density buildings are these towering office blocks, and we just replaced this one with low-density to high-density. The demand is still super high for it, so I say do the same down here. They've been condemned, and they'll change their attitude. So yeah, so being at Big City, milestone-wise, we don't have anything left to actually unlock, right? It's all just loan limits and development points. But obviously there's stuff to unlock in here. So I just mean, like, we're not barred from accessing anything anymore. We have everything. Potentially. We just need to earn development points to get things. So in the roads category, we've got almost everything except for the Grand Bridge and intersections. Don't think I really need them. Automated parking could be good. Power-wise, we've just used standard coal power and then imported electricity, I think. We also had our wind farm that generates actually a decent amount over there. So that's doing pretty good for us. If we go through just a little further. Water, we've just been using the standard water pumping stations, which have been fine. Healthcare, we have a hospital and a crematorium. So our hospital is just down here in the center. Barely any use, 32 patients out of 500, so we're totally fine. Healthcare-wise, coverage is great. Availability is good. No problems, really. Next down the line. Just going to go through this and then I'll read the chat. Basic garbage. So we just have a recycling center. I talked about this, but it's actually being patched, so it's going to be... My information on that's kind of outdated, but there's a recycling center here, which has sent out all of its vehicles, but I'm still not seeing a problem with garbage accumulation. I've never seen that problem. People told me that there is a problem with it, but I've never had the issue myself. So what I think is happening is vehicles are coming in from off-map, handling my garbage for me. Certainly seems to be the case. So this guy's going to Milford. You know, it's another town. So someone's doing the garbage for me, and I assume I'm paying for it, but that seems to be quite an optimal way to do things, because I haven't had any problems ever. But apparently it could be a problem when we get bigger. So I thought I'd just mention that. Education. Education. We have a tech university and a university. I don't think we ever actually placed the technical university, thinking about it. So that could be something we do. Increases office efficiency and industrial efficiency. Yeah. Oh my god. Look at the size of this building. Ridiculous. Maybe Chesterfield, it's time to kind of get rid of those and expand the city out this way. Because that is a big building. 1.6 milli as well. But yeah, so our educational services, we have every other type of building. We have elementary schools up on the edges of our town and down here. We actually just today lifted the limit. This was previously just operating in these districts here. But I said, okay, forget that. And then obviously now people are coming in from all over the city to this place because they're just full. So we need more. We need more of everything. In fact, we could expand this, thinking about it. So we'll just do that really quickly. 500 extra students, so they should be happy enough. Okay, so that's the kind of education, right? We have colleges dotted around. Is this one? That's welfare. That's City Hall. Never remember the look of the college building. There it is. College. Yep, college, 1,200 students at the moment, and they have like low rent housing. These taller buildings are low rent housing, and these ones are medium density housing. But it said that the zoning demands were for students a lot, so I assume lots of people who live here are students. Don't know, actually. Check this person, for instance. Occupation student, so it works. That makes sense. Alright, next, fire service. Pretty standard. We have fire stations around the place. We have a helicopter firefighting depot out here because we had lots of natural disasters. Police is sort of in a similar situation, although we've added the welfare, city hall, and central bank just recently. Haven't really done much with it, but we did just add those in. I mean, I guess you don't do anything with them, but they are there. Could upgrade them further, reducing crime. Let's just do that now. Why not? 40,000 upkeep per month. City court. Whack it on. It already has both upgrades now. City court and city planning offices. Then have the welfare office, which is supposed to be helping everyone. I don't know what its capacity is, if you know what I mean. Like, I've never seen queues outside. No one ever seems to be parking in there. Never seen anyone go in. But people have mentioned that you add welfare offices when people struggle with money, such as high rent and things, but doesn't seem to have ever moved the needle on that. We had too many customers, but adding in those extra houses here seems to have reduced that down a bit, so that's good. Alright, again, we'll just check again. Final thing, yeah, transport. So we have bus routes that run around to take people to industry. We have trains and trams. We don't have a subway or water or air yet. Parks, we have a bunch of different parks. We don't have any of the tourist attractions yet. And for telecommunications, we have the telecom tower, post sorting facilities. Don't have a server farm though yet. So that's where we're at. That's the city, basically, as it stands. Southeast, kind of all suburbs, and the east as well. Schlong Island is kind of where we started, actually. Industry is up in the north. Kind of been always saying that I wanted to redo that. It was done at the very beginning of the game, so it's kind of haphazard. A lot of our special fertilities and stuff is done out this way, so we've like specific ore mining, oil drilling, that kind of thing. Farms running along this way. We have our rail yard down by the sheer cliffs. And yeah, I guess that's kind of it. Alright, so hopefully that's all caught up. Is this game free? No, but if you get Xbox Game Pass, you could get it for $6 or $7 a month or something. Did we just have a car crash? Or is it traffic again? 8 a.m. It's the morning rush. Looks like traffic isn't solved, as people mentioned. It's morning. People are going to school, I guess. I'll have to check, actually, if there's bus routes in there. I think we need to upgrade our transport services. Long Island is looking like it's having a bad day. Yeah. Oh, God. Yeah, so we used to have sewage coming out there, and it's been months, but it's slowly migrating its way down here. But interestingly, it's actually slowly working its way into the bay, which is gross. Don't know why that's happening, but yep, it is what it is. But we haven't had wastewater or sewers, like sewage outlets, in forever. In fact, what do we even do with our... Oh yeah, we have wastewater treatment plants up here now. I think. Yeah. That's doing its stuff for us instead now. But yeah, this is still remnants of the old wastewater that's traveling down. Welfare offices go a long way. Yeah, so I have one. I have one right there, but it doesn't seem to have changed anything. Do you need multiple, or efficiency's good? So, don't know. High rent could be because of those roads are no longer suitable for low density housing. I've never changed them though, so I don't know why. I mean, it's just I mean, people are having all sorts of guesses. I don't mind people guessing, but that doesn't seem to be the case. We added a bus route. Could it be where all the bus routes went? No. People waiting for the bus here. Wow, they didn't even get this one. It must be a different bus that they're waiting for. There's another one coming right now. Orange bus. Yeah, things unload for me sometimes, so. So an orange bus. I think that bus is probably going to industry. I think. The suburbs line. Oh, it just takes them around in a circle. Makes a connection point to other ones that take you out of here. So Highland Gardens gets 0 usage. The problem with this metric chart thing is it changes throughout the day. It only shows you if people are using it at a certain time. But right now, Willow Downs is getting 68% usage. That seems pretty good. Willow Downs is our pedestrian streets. The trams operate this area, but also buses. Bus stops are blue. Yeah, I feel like we need to redo a lot of the traffic or the bus routes. It's just such a tedious thing to have to do. Anyway, rent is based on land value and divided by residents, from what I understand. Yeah, so we had a look at that earlier as well. Land value is here. Land value is actually really low out this way. High inside the city, but inside the city, people are able to afford there just fine. Taxes are fairly low, I think, anyway. 8 to 13%. I think it's 8 for the uneducated. We are following some people that had high rents. So let's check in on them now. It's been a little while. So, I think I found the one. Thanks for being in my life, Shannon Weaver. That's nice. So they live at 1053 Umber Street. So they had high rent. They don't anymore. Maybe it's because they found a spouse. Rose and Shannon. Hey, I'm all for that. So we can unfollow her now. Let's see, Claire Larson. She was also in a similar situation. 56 Beechwood. So she still has the high rent problem. But has... So yeah, the reason we follow these people is like, okay, do they... Oh, it says child. She's a wealthy child, is she? Student. A wealthy student. And you live out here. That's your father, is it? A senior. Household wealth, wealthy. High rent. So I don't know, you know. Where's his wealth? Do we not see that? No? Just says household wealth. I guess that's the same thing. Alright. Yeah. So wealthy, but still maybe just doesn't like it. Household wealth, wealthy. Household wealth, wretched. So I really don't know, you know. Like, you're complaining about high rent and you're wealthy, so are you, and you're not. What about you? You're poor and or wretched anyway, wealth, but you don't have a problem. So I don't know. I don't know what's doing it. The average wealth of Shady Acres is wealthy. That's ideally what I wanted. Well, I mean, you want everyone to be wealthy, but the idea of building out the suburbs was that they have nice big open space. The wealthy people would probably live there, and they... Kind of what I hoped. Gated community. Only people living or working within the district are allowed in. Yeah. Anyway, check unemployment. Oh yeah. That's a good point. Well, they had jobs, to be fair. Although he's a senior. Hang on, just let me check that one last time. So your father. He's just retired. Okay, and the other kid is a student. That kind of makes sense why they maybe will be complaining, because it's like, well, we can't afford anything. You're a student as well. But you. Student. And you work as a basic employee of Onshore. The oil company, is it? Rock / mineral factory. Okay, yeah, let's check unemployment. So where do we do that? Population metrics. Yeah. Unemployment is 10%. So maybe that's why. It's kind of high. Oh, we've got demand for everything, so let's just start zoning a bit more. Get a bit more aggressive with it. A little block of commerce there. Lots of people down here, so I feel like, yeah, you guys would want more. Well, I still wanted this to be more residences, but in around this block here, perhaps that could be shops. So there's car parks right here for them. Slightly wonky junction, but I'm okay with it. It'll be fine. Straight on from this road. Don't know if I want to connect that up yet. We'll see. Right, so we're to fix our zones. Don't want them onto that street. That's kind of more of a main street. There we go. So maybe mix. I don't know. Should it be mixed or not? I'm gonna say no. We'll just go with regular. Go deep 4. Yeah, and let me put some paths in.
We interrupt this program to bring you a special news bulletin.
The Fire and Rescue Service reports that fires are currently spreading in the nearby forest. The billowing clouds of smoke pose a serious health risk to anyone nearby. At this time,
Don't worry about that. Alright, so yeah, we'll zone that commercial, high density commercial. They need, so when you're doing that, you have to obviously think like, okay, trucks are going to be coming and delivering things into these shops frequently. Kind of wish that this was a main road or a bigger one. But we can make it a 3-lane asymmetric road at the very least. Alright, a senior citizen and a student, the two most financially stable demographics, exactly. Yeah, 10 is high, 4.5 is decent aim. Don't stay wealthy without complaining about how much things cost. It's true. They're too close to the higher density area, you think? But isn't it kind of like, it's almost like even distribution everywhere. Land value, what else do we have? Company profitability. Oh yeah, there's shops nearby those guys. I forgot about that. Little local shops. What else do you have? Building level. Wow, most of my residential is at 70% of my residential buildings are at level 3. That's all right. That's actually pretty good, I think. I expected it to be more in the 1 or 2 category. Happiness. People are loving life out here. Couldn't have a better life. Citizen wealth. There you go. Just random, isn't it? I mean, it's totally random. The overall district said it was wealthy, but it seems fairly, could be anything. Workplace availability. Interesting. That's a beautiful demographic, or filter, isn't it? I just think that looks really good. Apart from the flickering or whatever, but look at that. Damn. Lower income tax. Unfortunately, the way the game handles taxes is really strange. You tax based on education. So I can't say, like, I'll lower the taxes for people who make the least money. Can't do that. I mean, ideally, the people that make the least money are these people, right? So we can lower that further. I got no problem with that. I mean, to be honest, give them nothing. See if that helps. Or don't tax them at all. Only when you start using my education services do we want some of that money back. Go down to 11, 12, and I keep that one up. They can afford it. We'll see how this all shakes out. Making good money right now, though. Alright. Anyway, so those businesses are moving in. We need more people to move in down this way. For 5 across. Just to mix up the building height somewhat, I'm gonna change some of these to just be low rent housing as well. Low rent housing and then some high density. Bit of a mix. Excuse me. How are these car parks doing? They're actually emptying out. 11 a.m. Interesting. Probably put a third one in there though anyway. It's just an area where people can park if they need to. Alright. Another 3.2 million, I'll take it. Bunch of development points. Tell you what, make this somewhat even. Turn off zoning, snapping for these guys, rotate this around, slam it in. Right at the edge. Okay, this can go. Move that one over and create a gap between the two, and that way we'll have two pathways going in between both of them. Alright, let time play. We'll just slow it down a little bit. Open up our developer tools, grab the flip surface, send that grass out. It looks a little bit better. Don't incentivize not educating. Yeah, I guess so. Well, that's kind of an interesting way to think about it. I am sort of incentivizing not educating. Yeah, we just stay poor. And we have a cheaper life. But you won't be as fulfilled, you know, if you don't go pursue your passions in school. Alright, there we go. 3 massive underground car parks, and you know what? It's free. How good is that? You love to see it. Oh, interestingly, there's 2 different types of grass. This is grass 01 and that's 02, I think. 02 is the one that's like gone over with a lawnmower or something, creating those stripe effects. Kind of annoying that they've done it for one but not the other 2. Alright, cool. Nice little... Hey, look at this. Got little signs on these buildings. Tiny Toys, Scandic Baron. These are just normal houses, aren't they? Oh no, these are shops. I was thinking, why is that happening? Oh wow. Oh, we got some big ones. And we have Battlefield again in the background, 2042. How many people are living here now? 90 homes. And it's done. This one. 150 households. Wow, we're getting thick up there. They have no transport infrastructure to support them whatsoever. But damn it, we're just going to keep zoning until it collapses in on itself. So we need one more road to come in. Yeah, I'll have to just cut away this bit, actually. So once we're done with this little block here and this block here, then I'm going to focus on transport, I think. Yep. Oh, you love to see it. Just to make sure that this is done. No, that is done correctly. It has to be. Except for possibly there. Alright, cool. Again, a bit of a mix of high density, low rent. As we get closer out to the edge, go back to low rent. They come in all the way back? Yeah, I guess they do. Let me just fix that because it's a little broken. Move it to the left. I didn't snap with this and it's causing all sorts of problems. That will actually allow zoning, okay. Alright, there we go. Wow, got some big ones popping in again. Gonna need more offices as well up here. So this, oh my god, it looks ridiculous. They've all become the same. They're all level 3 as well. You know what, we're just gonna break it up a bit. Visually. I'm sure they may have changed, but I just couldn't take it. They look like little ram sticks. Anyway, what's my favorite map so far? I've only actually played on 2 of them, so couldn't tell you. Hey Darcy, happy birthday by the way. Yeah, so Twin Mountain is the one I'm doing like a YouTube series on, and then this one is the one I'm doing. This is called River Delta. This is the one I've been doing my stream on. I gotta say, I don't think I was advanced enough for it because I'm not sure how I'm even gonna make use of any of this. Love your new Satisfactory season. When are you planning on a new episode? Every Tuesday. So tomorrow. If you're a channel member, you can get it right now. Traffic near 3 parkings. In 3, 2, 1. I didn't actually look. That's a good point, actually. You're obviously directing a lot of traffic into an area if you do that. But they'll be fine. It's not too bad. We do have a lot of traffic in the city, though. No lie. I'm not going to deny it. And I just feel like, yeah, it's such a hassle to have to go around and just say wide sidewalks or grass everywhere. It has to be done. Or we could just thicken up the road, to be honest. So what is that? That's a 4-lane? Let's make it a bit thicker. Oh, I think actually putting the median in the middle prevents parking on either side as well, doesn't it? 6-lane divided road. Let's try the median road, but divided. Oh, and the trams will run down the center. That's kind of cool. But that gives them only 1 lane. Oof. Not happy about that. They definitely need their 2 lanes. What was it before? Just a standard road, right? And the tram tracks are just on the same thing as the cars go on. Huh. Like, that's nice. It's just that we'd have to destroy houses and further. So I think I'll actually just stick with the way it was. At least then there's 4 lanes for everybody. Oh, sorry, this is the 6 lane. It's just not with the divider. Yeah. Whoops. Alright, so back to the way it was. Oh no, can I not get back into the center now? But it has the wide sidewalk, so it should stay. I can do snap to it. It's only letting me go left or right. Damn it. Alright, sorry guys for all the messing around, but at least it'll be a bit better now. So many people coming in here, and there's so much people parking on these things. Gotta get rid of all that parking. That's why we put in 3 massive car parks for people to use. Alright, good. We catch chat. Low residential housing islands. Yeah, I guess so. In real life, does anyone build a city on a little river delta like that? Where they use the little islands? I feel like they just, I don't know. I guess I just don't know. Imagine you move into a new home and the mayor decides that your home looks too similar and then just demolishes it. Yeah. Well, imagine the mayor didn't get to see what the house was going to look like before it got built. That'd be crazy. I love terraforming broken islands into larger, fewer. Yeah, exactly. That's what I was thinking. It's like, wouldn't you just make a bigger island in the delta and then kind of make it a, sort of an artificial island? I've done that upgrade before, but yeah, for that one it just didn't really work. I don't think I was doing anything wrong though. Like normally you're right, how it normally just like will snap and let you choose the lane, but that didn't seem to want me to do it, going from a small road a big road to a small road. So maybe going backwards is a bit trickier. Or I did do something wrong. Paying attention. So to go down to a smaller road, it's like you gotta choose left or right. And it was making me do that on the 6th lane. Whereas now I can just upgrade it and shape it however I want. This might actually... Nah. Oh man. So what's happening? At the end of my asymmetric road, everyone's trying to turn left to get into the car park. Yeah. Okay, let's try something really quickly. I know it's getting dark. I'll brighten it up in just 1 second. I'm gonna try and connect this road back down into this. And then, okay, I need to brighten it up actually. It's super dark. And I'm gonna make this a one-way, so that you just have to continue on to the left. We've created a loop now for them, so it should be okay. Same with a lot of people using this alley to kind of cut into the city rather than going, oh, they can't actually, yeah. Traffic down here as well. Wow, so many people. These are all coming from the train station, aren't they? I'm surprised they're not using the walkway to get across. You can walk across that, can't you? Yeah, they are. Cool, so many people using it now. Up to nearly 40,000. That's why we're starting to get those traffic problems bearing down on me. Now, what time is it? 6 p.m., so evening rush. We make that a 2-lane road so that people can keep going. You hope that the left lane is just for turning into the car park and the right lane is for continuing straight. I don't know if they'll use it that way though. Could even make it a 3-lane to really encourage it. Sure. A one-way street, 3-lane road, totally normal. That's a weird arrow. I've never seen that before. It's just like, normally that's to say like you're coming in from stop overtaking now, like just merge back in. Damn, I was hoping we wouldn't see this though as much, but I guess if they are trying to just turn into that place, it's gonna happen. Damn it. This is full as well, this place, so now just keep going. Go on to the next one. Well, you know, lessons have been learned. So what I would do to try and fix this somewhat, although I don't know how much it would fix, is grab something like this, turn it sideways, and then give it its own lane so that people move down the road and then into the car park rather than turning into the car park from the beginning. But I'm hoping that when it fills, it just kind of fixes itself, but I don't think it will. I was also hoping that giving them the 3 lanes here, that allows traffic to keep flowing straight, right? And it does. But unfortunately, everyone's just trying to get to the car park. That person called it, whoever it was before. I like the 3 lanes because it doesn't have side parking? Yeah, indeed. Yeah, that's good. There are traffic lights here, yeah. I'm just trying to think, what should I do, guys? What should I do to solve this? Let them go in the other direction, then traffic's not crossing at the entrance exit. Pretty smart. Yeah, try that. All of those cars are gonna be annoyed at that choice, but I think you're right. The only issue would still be as people are coming out here, they're getting very close to just immediately turning onto. But at least they've got the 3 lanes to decide to go left, straight, or right. That's good. Yeah, this could. Whoa! Just some guy just like went flying through everything. A lot of people using that street. Why? I guess it just cuts through the town. I was gonna say it's all residential, this area. I guess spread the car parks. Yeah, I mean that's the other alternative, instead of having them all bunch up here. have them in different areas, like one on this road. I was just hoping to provide. I guess the idea was like, okay, we'll make one giant car park area because this is the biggest car park you can get, 200 spaces. But the way I've done it, I guess, isn't the best. If it had its own little alleyway loop that went around it, I could also help people come on and get off. There's so many people here as well. It clogs up when they get out of the car park, clogs up the crosswalks. But I'm gonna leave this just for a while. I think this might actually even out after a bit. Once they fill up the spaces that they need. It'll still be like a hot destination point to get to, though. I do appreciate that. So I'm almost thinking, like, do we make this one way? So it's like you just go straight in, you just flow, keep the traffic that's just all flowing in one direction. Kind of just tempted to try it. I'm not saying it's the ideal, but we'll try it. Give it 3 lanes as well. Need to turn up that the parking on the sides. Okay. Some people are just like, I'm just gonna leave my car far away from where that city planner is destroying infrastructure. I'd say as well, maybe get rid of the crosswalk here. Got crosswalks up there. I guess still the issue persists. I think it is just the problem having these 3 stacked together because they're all going to stay in this lane when they're trying to get in, and they use that lane when they're getting out. Nice to say, like, hey, you can keep going, but most people are coming in here to use the car parks, right? I guess it is just the problem of we're all stacking up the same. Like, it's nice that they move out of the way though pretty much straight away if they need to. How full are you now? 44? Are people really coming out much? 11 p.m. now. Anyway, sorry, add more entries into the city. Yeah, so it's a difficult one because we have this giant hill. That's what made it tricky in the first place. So at the moment we do only have this way in. And this curls down around here, and then it becomes quite clogged up for congestion as people are mostly trying to just get down and around and go in that way. So really they need a way in from the highway somewhere over here. It's just that with the hill infrastructure, it's just so awkward to plan that. But we have unlocked a bunch of tiles now. So I'd say we could start to unlock some of this. We could maybe lower the hill, just make it a more gradual incline. Then build some sort of infrastructure here so that the highway can kind of merge in this way too. So people can get into the south of the city or the north, depending on where they want to go to. That would be the ideal. The problem is that then there's just that railway right in the way as well. But yeah, I reckon we'll try that, shall we? Can you unlock the biggest one? Oh yeah, the automated car park. We could do that. You know what? Yes. Do it. Automated parking building. Let's give it a go. How much money is that to put down? It's like 1.6 million or something. Wow. Would that even fit here? It would fit if we turned it sideways. Doesn't fit the original length. Put it somewhere like there. And where's the road connection? It's just on the side as well. Alright, let's try that. Get rid of 2 of these. I spent so long making them nice, but oh well. I'll have to turn off snapping again with this. Path is in the way. I'll have to get rid of that. How many spaces? So we had 400 before. Now we've got 416. So it's actually a little bit more than it was before. Good. You come out very close to the edge down here, though. Again, it's free. All right, there she is. You do separate road off your roundabout. Which one? Off this big one? This could curl around somewhere here and just go straight down, actually, and probably just go straight into like something like that roundabout. Maybe that would be too busy. I don't know. Nick, appreciate that a lot, man. Thank you. Your first super chat as well. I never knew that it says that it's your first one. Hey, Anne. But yeah, no message. It'll pop up in a second, but Nick just dropped the New Zealand dollar, I guess. A super chat, so appreciate that. Thank you. And he says, thanks for the great series. Appreciate that. Thank you, Nick. Helps a lot, so thank you. New subscriber, how's Carlo coming along? Yeah, it's good. We just crossed 40,000. We're having a lot of traffic issues. We're slowly chipping away at all the little problems, though, and creating new ones as we grow. We've got traffic jams is probably the biggest issues now. So I do think... Let me just change that music. I do think we obviously need to bring in a new way to get into the city. People come in via rail and stuff. I don't know if bringing a road down this way is really that good idea. I think just having another intersection somewhere further down is better. So let's do that. We'll just have to commit to it. It has to happen. Well, actually, just really quickly. The other thing is there is this highway connection over here. And there's also one here where they come in. We could also do something with that. But it was still kind of the north. We want people to be able to get into the south. Currently, the only way they have to get in, coming in from the highway here, up and around, and then finding a way down or a way north. And that's why we gave them this kind of loop so they can go around. But it's obviously just too many people are coming in from one way now. We have to fix that. But yeah, I propose I need to unlock this part of the map so I can flatten it. Or not flatten it, but like lower it a little bit. And change where the highway actually even comes in if I wanted to. We can get rid of that old train line now. It's not needed. Came with the map. This is where my part of the highway ended. Alright, big build's gonna happen now. It's gonna take a while to get this done. I don't think we'll do Harbour today. This will probably be the focus, to be honest, for a while. Alright, so a lot of sculpting is gonna have to happen. Catch a lot of chat during this time. Why make it free? You can easily set it to 50 and people still go in. I just want to fill them up, and then once they're full, then I'll increase the prices until they start emptying, and then it's like, okay, that's the sweet spot. You could just do it the other way around if you wanted to, though. Fill more of the empty spaces with houses, commercial and offices. Well, I feel like we've already got too much traffic, so I don't need to fill the spaces yet. But obviously, I don't like the empty triangle gaps and stuff we have, so I do want to improve that. I will, but not just yet. We need to improve people getting into the city first, I think. In fact, let's just start something like that. Highway's over there. Right. I have to come in much lower, I think, even. Make the smoothing go even quicker. Right, blend this all together, kind of, see what happens, and see what we have to adjust, how we have to adjust it. I wish we could make this even stronger. How big can we go? 1,000, a kilometer range. When I follow someone, it doesn't show me any of their posts. I mean, in game, they might not be posting. We have someone here that's never posted. We had other people that got married and then said something about it. I think if they don't do anything like get a new job or move or get married, they don't say anything. But that's how high up we were. Still haven't figured out a solution to the high rent issue. Had a lot of guesses. Can't seem to solve that, but I don't want to get too distracted focusing on this. That rail yard could be pushed much further to the edge of the map, I think, now. Actually, a bus route that uses that, but we're just going to cut it for now. And yeah, I think we need to just lower this down just a bit more. My entire city is now complaining about high rent. They're on 0 tax. I don't understand the issue. Neither do I. Can't really figure out how to solve it. But yeah, so just really quickly, some of all these little pips are saying high rent. Rent is too high. So we looked at it, and it's people. Some people are really wealthy in the house that are saying that, and some people are poor. The district overall says the wealth is good. We lowered taxes by 2%. Nothing changed. We lowered taxes actually completely for the uneducated, and again, none of the high rent went away. We zoned new areas. The demand is still super high for new areas. So it could be the fact that it's like, well, they're looking for different properties to move into and they can't find any. The land value around the area is some of the lowest on the map that we have. So they're kind of at the maybe 30% threshold. If this is 100% dark blue, we're at about 30. There's no indication of why this has happened. It's happened just everywhere in low density. That's the only commonality here. No one's really complaining about high rent anywhere else except for low density houses. Not sure, but if you have any ideas, welcome to them. Want a more gradual fall off up to that area. Every line is a meter, right? Every black line is 10 meters. Alright, so make this brush smaller now, increase that. And we're gonna paint out where this highway is gonna go. So I was thinking just bring it straight down and reconnect it back out this way. There's a giant hill there, and this is the border of the map though, so I guess to make it look not really weird, have to do some sort of slope. So how do we do this again? Create a slope by evening out the terrain height between terraformed area and the target height. Our target height, is that how it works? Nope. Maybe this target height? So if I right click there. Nope. I'd used this before, but I can never remember how to do it. Oh, there we go. So you, okay, yeah. Okay, cool. So you just select the target height, right click, and then you work up from the bottom up. Fortunately though, because I've... Oops. No way I can blend that nicely because it's on the edge of the map. You have to make the brush really small. Gonna look a little jank. About there. Man, I hate the brain tools in this game. I think it got much worse. Maybe it's just how I use them, I don't know. Struggle with it a lot, especially having to use a big circle tool. Yeah, we're blending now. Slowly. Anyway, at least this makes our highway have a bit more of a gradual rise and fall rather than some massive dip. I'd see them as entry. Sorry, let me read some of that chat while I'm doing this. Build a highway dead straight and then zone a small satellite town to the left of it, maybe. I don't know, dude, that would take me so long. I mean, I'm not against doing it. It's just like, people love their little satellite towns. Definitely want to do that in future, but that's not going to happen now. The priority is just, we're going to build an interchange, and that could take me like 30 minutes, so. Building another little town could take me like an hour. But yeah, I'm not against, I kind of think the highway should just come down and go like that. I want it to kind of go with the terrain, because I can only erode so much terrain. I don't want to make it totally straight. Alright, let's do that. That's a way to join on, okay. Highways. 3-lane, one-way highway. Parallel mode can help me do this quicker as well, can't it? Can we flip parallel mode? Tab? Nope. I guess we just started from here. That would make sense. Good job, Darren. Yeah, honestly, just bring this dead straight at this point now. It's already curved. It's a 2% incline. This is in water, okay? Oh, there is water there, actually, looking at it. Weird. Oh, don't tell me this is going to be an issue now. Oh no, okay, cool. I was going to say, if it didn't latch on like that with the snapping, it would never let me do that, because you have to start it from the direction you're going. Anyway, so there we go. So we have the big highway now that goes straight, and then it kind of goes over a little hill. That's alright, it's actually just like a highway that's nearby me. Goes over a hill. Actually rises and falls. It's a really weird highway, because speed limit would be like 70 miles an hour. But you'll just notice everyone's doing like 80, 85 as they're going down the hill, because they didn't anticipate it. I'll try to flatten it a little bit. It's a bit too steep. Start here and go straight through. Okay. All right, almost done. Bit better. Still a bit of a hill at the end there, but life's too short. We'll just leave it for now. Okay, so basically this highway has to figure a way to get down over the rail and join on to somewhere like here or something. So I guess it just needs some sort of like off-ramp that can bring it down, right? French highway, massive. Yeah, exactly, right? Yeah. These things do happen, so it's not that weird. A little strange to design it that way, but We've shaped the terrain as much as we can afford in our budget. Oh, if that railway could definitely change. So yeah, there's a passenger station there. So the rail line does need to go this way. But this building could be further back if it needs to be. Could have the interchange somewhere much further down here, and it joins on like out to this road, for instance. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. I'm just gonna move this out of the way. Rehook up these connections a bit later. In fact, we can even get rid of the abysmal tunnel. That's actually properly built underground now. I don't even get to it. There we go. Oh, that's okay. That's just a connection for one of the lines is broken. That's okay though. All right. Make that a... Can we get a 6-lane road somewhere in here? Probably there is actually a good spot for it. Center is. So that's what I was talking about earlier. So yeah, I'm aware that you can do that at least. Like that. So this needs to be joined onto from the highway somewhere. I was building a farming simulator, and the terrain tool, it is 10 times worse. Pure pain. Yeah, I just feel like it's real finicky. I just don't know why they don't even just give you more brush options and stuff, you know? Why is there only just these? And it's just a big circle. You just make it square as well, which would help. But anyway, it's not a massive deal, but I hope they improve it. I hope they know it's a pain point. Might route it to the center of your city instead of the same edge that the other arterial road is adding to. Yeah. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, because I'm thinking, so if you're to travel along this 6-lane road, I forgot about that. You then get onto this one. This would have to be a 4-lane at the very least. It's going by Chesterfield, which, to be honest, I kind of want to remove and leave the suburbs out on this side of the map. This could stay a dense part of the city. So I'll probably just continue like a 6-lane road all the way up here until it merges into this one, which becomes a 4-lane. To me, that seems fine. Won't demolish all of Chesterfield, but we'll get rid of the houses on the right. Or sorry, on the left side of the actual estate. Didn't mean to get rid of those two, but if you have to hover over something to get rid of it. Right. So, upgrade time. Let's see. Gotta be able to fit in the middle, man. Good. Like, going along with the music. Alright. Can't seem to do that, so we'll turn off snapping altogether. Line it up the way we like it. Is that right? Good. Yeah. See, this is what I was saying. Now it just can't get back on to the center. I don't know why. It's just an issue I have sometimes. The only thing is, like, I'm moving this only very slightly, but it says 180 degrees either way. Well, is it or isn't it? You know? What is it? Like, that's 179. Okay. 180. Obviously a decimal point in there somewhere. I'm just unsure whether or not to do that. So I guess I'll just go as close as I can, and then it'll kind of really let me know. Alright, we'll deal with that in a moment. But yeah, so there's a nice big fat 6-lane road leading right in. Now I got a 4-lane road that leads off an arterial that goes around the city. Don't know if it needs a roundabout or something. Think so. Maybe. Just rezone Chesterfield will be easier. Well, yeah, I could rezone the rest of it, actually. You're right, yeah. Probably doesn't need new road structure. I don't think it had much suburban style to it anyway. I'll prefer the high rent, just increase the taxes a little bit higher and that issue will be resolved. How would raising taxes resolve people saying they rent is high? Check the service fees, that might help for high rent. Service fees at 100, could lower it. Bring it down to 80. Just let time play. See how that goes. Okay. Can't actually put a roundabout in there. Okay. Think. All right. So, how long have we been going, by the way? 3 hours. Wow. God, time flies. Do broken grids annoy anyone else? Yes, but you can kind of fix it. I was showing people a little trick on how to do that. Let's give you an example just really quickly here. So let's say that we make a road sort of like this. All right. And then do this. So let's say that we want houses to... I mean, this isn't a fix for everything. I know what you probably mean, which is just like sometimes if you do a straight line, you get like a gap in it. The only way to, I think you can avoid that is when you turn off snap to zoning cell length, you're then snapping to the center of the road, right? So YouTubers and stuff have said like, yeah, you want to do that if you want to get onto the center of the road. But unfortunately that will break your zoning because you're going off in strange increments of zones, right? It creates a gap, just even a small one. Depending on how far in the road is, it could be further or a bigger gap. Often when it's on a 4-lane road, this, and you go into the center. Oh, sorry, that was a bad one. That one's actually okay. Well, no, often I found that can do it, but if you turn it back on, it'll often fix itself. However, the trick I was going to show you is over here. Let's say that you want to get housing to be built on Emerson Street, right? This is where your zones are. The zones are latching onto all these different parts of roads that none of it's uniform. So if you wanted to make something a bit more custom, what you can do is just draw a path line from here and draw a path line against this side. You're saying like, I don't want anything on that side. I don't want anything on this side. I don't want anything here. Just want them to use Emerson Street. And then you could, for instance, go in, zone this and zone that. And then you can remove your path now. And the zones will stay intact. So the new ones have popped back in, but it hasn't actually... Oh, it actually has eroded a tiny bit. Well, it's very unusual. It normally doesn't. But it is one little kind of way that you can kind of almost guarantee that it works. Now, when the house builds and then you get rid of the path, it really shouldn't do that. Yeah, so it's fine. Maybe try it multiple times if it doesn't work. But that's just one little trick I found that can help. 280 viewers. Hey, welcome. Thank you. So hopefully that gives you maybe a little help with some adjustments. But I know what you mean. If you're building in a straight line and you end up getting that like little crack in the zoning like this or this, don't know. You know, I think it's just to do with the nodes appearing, because if you remember, I stopped the road there, then I built a bit extra, then I built a bit extra. So you could go over it, I guess. Something like that. Zoning cell length is on. Let's see if this fixes it. I doubt it will, but maybe. So that looks like it would clip a zone. That looks like it would actually end right at the zone. Let's see if that's true. We'll just build it straight. I won't actually connect it to anything. It just goes. Well, it pushed it further, but yeah, it seems to be the same sort of thing. Yeah, not sure. Kind of finicky. I think you just got to play around with it until you get it right. I think there would be right. Nope. Well, I made it from 3 gaps to 2, so there is a way to improve it, I guess. But it's a bit finicky. Alright, anyways. Right, so we have the 6-lane road coming into our city. You can branch off and go to the left with the roundabout. You'll probably be able to branch off and go to the right in the future as well. But for now, we're just going to keep you going straight. You go straight, and you're then onto a 3-lane asymmetric road that takes you down into the big giant car park if you were trying to get there. Ah, no it doesn't, because that's a one-way road. So you would actually have to take a left and then go in. Want to get to the car park. That sucks. I'm gonna do another 2 things. This might be really too complicated now, but I'll see. That's a one-way street, and that's a one-way street. That gives you more options if you wanted to carry on straight to cut left and get to the car park road, but it might just pile up traffic. I don't know. I'm not very good. We'll see. I just want to get to the intersection and let time play again, so not really sure where this road's going to start, to be quite honest. It's going to come up and then just turn. Alright, 6-lane divided road, yep. Go straight for a little bit further. Turn on our contour lines, I guess. .304 meters would make this there you go. Smooth curve. It's pretty close though, a bit closer than I would have liked, so probably have to redo that. Didn't also feel like a proper curve. 200 meters. And then that would be 200. 208. Yeah. Alright. Anyway, so yeah, so we need a way to get in and off, on and off this thing. Now I often spend a very long time doing this, so I'm going to try and make it quick, and then I'll update it myself after the stream to make it look a bit better. Because it could be one of those things where it just takes me a very long time. So, highways. We want... I'm just going to... Because I've built this one over here, but this one took me a while. I kind of just want something like that, but we're only going off one side, right, to the right. Not going off to the left. So you just need a road goes over here, a road goes over there, and then the same happens on this side. This curls under and connects. This curls under and connects as well. Alright, maybe we could just do something where we blend it with the contour lines to make it look kind of nice somehow. Does it need a 2-lane road though at first? Yeah. Alright, so on this side. Don't have to go up and over or under and over. I guess under because we're going uphill. Probably make more sense. Climb is a lot less. Okay. And this one is just gonna go under. How far down are we going? 40 meters? I don't think so. Wow. Why do we have to go that far down? I don't really get it. 30 meters is too far. Okay. I would have thought 30 seems like way too much even, but okay. So bad. All right. Well, it's not that bad, I guess, but it's pretty bad. Could do a lot better if I had more time. So we want a 4-lane highway here, so that when they merge, they've got a nice place to kind of merge onto and then merge back in. A lot of lead up time. Same with these guys. Best we can do for them. Although I think you can drop a node, can't you? By just doing this. There we go. Okay, so that's the right-hand way to get off. The left-hand way then, I guess is going to be kind of similar. Looks like a hockey stick. Oh yeah, kind of. I see it. Oh, sorry. Hey, nobody. Can't wait for the next episode of the Realism City. Yeah, sorry for taking a while with it. There should actually be 2 this week, I think. So it won't be till, I don't think it'll be till Thursday, and then another one very quickly after it. If your road is 80 meters, it's 10 zone grids long. If it's 84 meters, it's 10.5 zone grids long. And that's what causes the gap. Well, there you go. That's actually a great explanation of it. One zone cell is 8 by 8 meters. So what you can do is turn off all snapping. Just make sure your distance is right. So as long as you're always doing divisions of 8, you can't go wrong. Is that what you're saying, basically? In theory. Hey, Tornado. To test that theory out, let's just make a road that goes 64 meters. Well, 640, let's say. Like what I see? Okay. Start another one here. And I need to make sure I choose a point between. Yeah, so that's fine. What's another divisible of, well, 400, I suppose? 360. Gonna clip in, haven't I? So we're at 6. Yeah, so turning off snapping. And to go to 3. Well, I'll turn on 90-degree angles at least. 360. Well, that didn't work. We have a gap. Why do we have a gap? Is it because of where we started on the turn from the road? That's snapping to zoning cell length. If I turn that off, I go to 360. $360 meters. Well, that worked. Yeah, seems right. It's not 100% but theory. It's just, yeah, I think you're right then. Yeah, I mean, if mathematically you're telling me that that little zone there is 8 meters, that's 8 meters. That cannot be 8 meters. You sure about that? One little grid. It looks like maybe 5 to me. Wouldn't they? You'd think that they would make it in terms of metric system, but 8 seems like a lot. Let me look at a person. A person's like what, 1.8 meters, you know, just under 2. If you're to lie them down flat. I guess you're right, actually. Alright, cool. Good to know. Huge fan. Hey, thanks. Appreciate that. Thank you. Do it in segments. Yeah, I probably should have. Alright, so let's just connect the other side now. Like I said, I'll probably clean this up and try to make an interchange that's somewhat interesting after the fact, but just for get the ball rolling on the stream, just make it kind of simple. So a 2-lane road that's going forward, but it's going to be we're going to have to flip it in the opposite direction. I'll have to start from here for now. So this is going to be... We could do an up and over job on this side of things. Well, yeah, okay. I'm gonna start with this side first, actually. It's easy. Gonna have to drop a node somewhere here. Be about there. I don't have much room for it, but gotta be the way it is. So, starting here with a curve. Ah, but I need my 2-lane road, don't I, first? Okay. Alright, so this highway is going to connect onto that, and then we'll have to have one that's going from here, looping around onto it as well. That's a bit of a sharp turn, but I think it'll be fine. Okay. So, just like in theory, it's going to be like something like this, going around. Did a complex curve, isn't it? Something like that, but it has to go up and over. Hi. I know, how do you maintain garbage and cemetery? Thanks. I use crematoriums. I haven't built a cemetery. And garbage I've just never had a problem with. I don't know why, but everyone always complains about garbage being an issue for them. Cemetery is actually getting kind of backed up for me now thinking about it, or at least the crematoriums. I'm sure if I just add another one, it'll be fine. Basically, we just grew about 10,000 in the stream, and now I'm getting traffic problems, so I'm just kind of sorting that out. So I've cut a lot of my connections. But before that, garbage-wise, I just have one recycling center, and it processes. It says that we're processing. I don't know how, but yeah, I guess. It says that we're processing about 1,500 per month, and garbage is at 1,400 per month. So it's obviously handling it. Sorry, because of the recent patch, the numbers are different. This was bugged before, where it just said that processing was like down here, and we weren't meeting demand. But it didn't matter, because what I was seeing, and I still am seeing it now, is that a bunch of garbage trucks that I have are coming in from other places on the map. So this one is coming from Albans, another city, and it's collecting garbage in my town, and then it just takes it off somewhere else. So I assume somewhere I'm paying for this, but I don't know where. Garbage management, my budget, fees, maintenance, and resources. So I assume we're paying for that. 310,000. How much was this to upkeep? 310,000. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know why, but trucks are coming in from other places on the map and taking them away from me. And that's always been fine, but I've just hit 40,000 now. People said it only becomes a problem around this time, so I haven't had enough time with it yet to make any definitive statements about what you should or shouldn't do, I guess, just yet. Oh, because that's the... I see. I thought if you're doing a complex curve, you can set the height after each node, but This is so jank. Alright, God help them in getting down here. Come on, game, you can do it. I know you can do it. Smooth as butter. We're not going to look at that ever again. But they can, well, I will. I'll fix it. But just for the sake of the stream, at least it works now. So the other thing then is building a rail line again. It comes in from this side of the map. Needs its own road, actually. Thinking about it. Again, probably just going to do this in a sort of temporary fashion. No one really seems to use this that much anyway. Like the trains are used, but the roads, I mean. Yeah, build. It's going to be a bit of a steep drop for the train. It just is what it is. Anyway, so your first CS2 video was so well made and very happy to see it get lots of views. Yeah, same. Yeah, at first it was not doing too good, so I was a little bit worried at first, but it's just kind of, that's why it's taken so long for the second one. I was kind of like, I sort of deprioritized it just a bit. Because in the first 2 days, it's kind of underperforming. YouTube kind of tells you, it's like, oh, this video is not doing as well. It actually tells you on the back. Hey, Dan Broadsword, by the way. But anyways, yeah, a day or two later, then it started picking up, and it just started gaining and gaining and maintaining a very consistent view count. Like every day, it's just getting the same amount of views every day, so it's not falling off really, which is great. So I'll have another video as soon as possible. Basically, after today's stream, I'm going to be recording more. It probably won't be out till Thursday though. Videos go live a day early for members, so people on Wednesday will get it early. Then on Thursday it'll go live for everybody, and then another couple of days after that there'll be another one, and then again Satisfactory on Tuesdays. That's just because tomorrow's Satisfactory day for me, so Tuesdays I have a video out for that. Don't want to release multiple videos on the same day, but it is a shame that we have to kind of wait. I kind of badly planned that, I suppose. Or we lose all momentum. We'll see. I'm glad people seem to be enjoying it though. I certainly enjoyed playing it. Alright, so yeah, the rail line, I was just going to build it straight across here. You could even tunnel under, maybe. This is pretty much flat terrain, out this way. I want to stay flat for the train. Tunnel under or just go over. Considering we're raised already, I suppose going over would be the thing that makes the most sense. Right, so what do we have? Double train line there. Right. Bring that back just a little. Is that going to delete the whole thing? That's not a rail line. Sorry. Alright. Something like that, but we have to go up and over. So 20 seems way too high. Maybe just 15. Trying to get that incline to like 2.5% or around that number anyway. Snap on. No. Okay, so there we go. That shouldn't be too bad, and then we just have to build back into the the wall of the map again. Make our connection point. That is just to do with the train line that we previously had. It's oh crap, wrong button. It's just saying that hey, you've like a cargo connection that's not going anywhere because it can't. Telling us that it's at the edge where we left it, I guess. So yeah, so what we gotta do here, I'm gonna try that. It's difficult, but we're gonna use that slope tool thing again. See if I can get this to work. This one, so target height. Our target height is there. Unfortunately, that's the edge of the map, and I can't do anything about that. And then what we want to do is start sloping up to that. Alright. Here's it gets. Need to kind of do the same on this side, so target height. It actually even changes the angle based on the target you set. That's Alright, so trains. %, line or whatever, but there we go, we have our connection at least. So yeah, I suppose, I don't really know, we've never seen this get backed up, but I guess what you're supposed to do is connect into the rail yard so they can actually go in. I've never seen them do that though, or need to do that, but I think that's what you're supposed to do. Oops. Want to be the curve tool. Curving. Bonk. 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 Something like that. I know it's only given one way in, but there's no other way to go around. And ideally, you know, this would be the type of thing where it's like you almost want to loop, be able to get into. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Not gonna happen. So that's a one-way road for no reason. So just change that. Right, what a pain. But I mean, that's as kind of as quick as I could do it. So, does that need a connection again? Yeah. The Elizabeth to Richborough line. Is that going to Richborough? That's going to Ferrellview now. It just generates a new city name, I guess. At the edge of the map. So, trains... Rich... Cargo train. Elizabeth to Richborough. I don't even know how to do this. Like, how do I just add on to it? Oh, there we go. Probably drag and drop this, right? No? Cargo? There we go. That's both of them. That's reconnected. Good. Right, so basically, this is taking me ages, but anyway, what the result of this is we now have a new highway connection down here. So previously we just had the one. This is an example of an interchange I designed that actually I think looks decent, and it works pretty well. It's just it's become too high volume, unfortunately, where almost everyone's just coming into the city, and that's backing up because there's only one way in. Well, there is another way in technically. There's a highway that comes in here. It's mostly for industry use, industrial use. But people tend to use this one to come in this way, and if they want to get down to the bottom part of the city, they've had to clog up all the traffic. But now they've got a new way in. Let's just try to fix some of this stuff really quickly, and then I'll answer chat and things again. That's not going anywhere, so... That was just really a temporary thing to be honest. Actually, you know what? Just get rid of that. Alright, so that's gone. Let time play again. Didn't really intend for that, but whatever. People can move back in if they want. Back to Chesterfield. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see people using this to get in and out. All the people we've evicted. How many people using this car park now? 14 out of 416. Now they have their new road system, right? They have to go along this way, and they have to go along this way. And this feeds back out, so... Very specific, but hopefully it works in getting them in there. And out safely and quickly. Anyway, so let me catch my chat. I'm just going to reduce the speed back down to kind of normal speed. We'll just have a look at this area generally. Alright. Can I know how you maintain... I already read that. Exporting garbage, aka importing neighbors' garbage trucks to handle it, just like New York City does. Yeah, that seems to be the case. It's just, it's never being talked about anywhere. It's never mentioned. Like, you can obviously do it with power and electricity. And it does seem like even death care, hearses roll into your town if you don't have a cemetery. But I'm guessing it's to help you when you're small, and when you get to a certain size, you're supposed to kind of do these things yourself. Now, I don't know if that's based on density or population, or is it based on area that you have to work with. Not sure. If I was designing the game, I'd actually say it's based on area to work with. Because it's like, okay, look, you've got 50 tiles. It's time you set up a place where you actually do this, and you handle it yourself. But maybe then there's like a sort of a bell curve, where on the other end of that curve, it's like, okay, now you've got 200 and 300,000 people. We can't expect you to have the space for it anymore. So I don't know. But either way, it doesn't mention it in the game. That's why we were kind of confused. But it seems to have just been working just fine. And Broadsword says, it's why I don't like the older train games, like 50-degree incline. No problem. Yeah, I know, yeah. I love Railway Empire and games like that, but you can go up and down mountains, like, no problem. The key to this... Yeah, the key to the landscaping tools in general is to go slow. Even like the leveling tool, if you move your mouse too fast, it latches onto the wrong height and starts leveling another place. So it's very bizarre that way. I don't know why you just can't set the number. Like, you've designed a system here where you can elevate roads, right? We have a elevate roads, the elevation increment. We're setting the increment of the elevation. And yet, when it comes to landscaping, we have a level tool. We're not told how we can set the level. It doesn't tell you how to do that. I presume, or in the old game, you used to right-click the elevation you want, and then left-click to build up to that height, right? In this game, it seems to be you get the height that you're looking at, and where you start the click is where it levels you out from. So I'm starting here, but it levels out here. If I move too fast, that's not level anymore, is it? No, because it thinks I'm starting from another place, I guess. It's very bizarre. Like, why you'd ever design it that way? Why you'd have it the old way and change it is beyond me. But also, you've got this elevation step thing on other tools. Just let me set the elevation then. You know? Right click and then it should say, hey, you've set it to 125. It's like, perfect. And I'll use that going forward. But I don't know. It is what it is. Clearly, these are just things that, well, that one's weird because it has changed from the old game. But it does seem like it's like, well, they just obviously... Many things they didn't have time for. Remember, this game was going to launch without contour lines. How you were ever going to do any of that stuff is beyond me. But that was the original plan, right? It was no contour lines. And they were like, yeah, that'll come later. Because they didn't even have time for that. Somehow they did, thankfully. Some YouTubers asked them to. I don't know if they'll ever need that, but I had it before for a bus route. In fact, that bus route's probably still broken. So let's try to get rid of all these little pips So people are waiting for an ambulance. I think it's because traffic, right? Traffic's pretty bad, and we're hoping that that flushes out now with new highway. Are many people using it? Many people are using it. You don't need traffic lights there. You don't need any of that business. To be honest, this road could have just been a 2-lane highway, actually, rather than just a 2-lane pedestrian street. So, take that. That. Go. Good. Don't want to be allowing U-turns. That's insane. Why did they stop there? What's going on? Oh, it's the... This thing always slows people down, the road maintenance vehicle, because he periodically stops, I guess, to improve the road. Oh my god. Look at that. What a disaster. Anyway, we won't look at that. Look at this part of the city, the bits that I've actually finished and done, that I feel happy about. It's like, guys, just overtake, you know? Just overtake. This guy's clearly going to keep doing this. You can go around him. It's totally allowed. Wow, people are going out that way. That's an interesting... Oh yeah, because if you go up here, you could take a left turn and get onto the highway much quicker. I forgot about that. This is for like the services area and some of the farms, I guess. Like the recycling center, telecom tower, park maintenance depot, firefighting, bus depot, road maintenance depot. Bunch of depots up there. If I was being more deliberate, I would have put the tram depots somewhere down here in future as well. Like a big transport, you know, maintenance area, really. What do we got now? What's the problem? Bus route. Not enough vehicles for the buses. Not sure why that's happened, because I thought 35 out of 35. Wow, can we add another one of these on? There you go, 45 buses now. I was showing people this earlier. Developer mode. I don't want to go through it too much. Oh, well, I guess I've mentioned it now, so I probably should. But it can be great for just paving things. That's all tarmac, which is a bit strange, I guess, but it is what it is. It's better than just grass out in the middle of nowhere. Not just grass, inconsistent grass. Like overlapped. Yep. One giant paved area, one big asphalt arena. But at least no weird patches of grass, right? It just looks better from a distance. And up close, I guess, but just also, yeah, you get rid of those kind of weird patches of grass that are just left there. Spent a long time doing that. Can't imagine playing without contour. I know, right? Can you? I mean, especially with the tools we were given, then it's even more difficult. All right, we still have traffic. My little my my one-way system has failed me. We shouldn't really allow parking anywhere here, I feel like, either. Close cars down. Looks awful. And it gets everywhere. The adding more lanes to this kind of thing, it's not going to really change anything, because they're all trying to go the same way. Just trying to park. They're trying to get to there, and I haven't given them many options to do so. What are you waiting for? Traffic lights. Get that. Through this alley. Alright, you just go in and around, and then you park, okay? No traffic lights. This is just a cosmetic thing more than functional. It doesn't even lead anywhere. People are using it to cut through main roads to get into the parking area. Don't want them doing that anymore. Cool. I love this feature. Yeah, it's great. Makes building nicely look much nicer. Or gives you some beauty building options, like here, for instance. Like, okay, got this weird, just nothing here. I mean, you can put trees there, you can put your own grass there, right? We could actually put down our own grass to make it look better, so it's not the default terrain. We could do that, but I would probably just extend what's there. I mean, it's all in the eye of the beholder, I guess. But I'm just going to bring this straight out. And you could still put trees on top of it if you wanted to, I guess. Bushes or something. It just makes the... Oh my god. Makes the plots of the buildings look like they've actually used the full area. And I guess that's the big difference. I mean, this looks weird. Definitely grass should be there, but you can always just throw down some bushes. You can look up any object in the game as well from here and place it. So, I don't know. Bush? Or hedge, maybe, might be a better word. Haven't really done this before. I assume it's there, though. Hedge piece high. I mean, you could spend forever on that, but there's no line tool or anything, so you just have to do it over and over again, but... You get the idea. You have the depot heading outside of the city. Trains. Do I? Can they not, yeah. Okay. Now that time is playing, we can maybe adjust this. Oh, freaked that train out for a second. He's fine. Where are we trying? We're trying to line up to there. I don't think with one loop I can do that. Too sharp an angle, right? Have to just loop and come back down. There's two numbers here that confuse me. Left to right we have 98, then 125, then 52. I'm very confused on what's the actual length of this. What I want to do is basically do that, right? But obviously it's way too tight of an angle. So we just need some sort of loop. Now you can also add on another track. That goes further out. Maybe I could just latch onto that one instead. Snaps in there, does it? Kinda cool. I didn't even read what it did. Make the train maintenance faster. Okay. I'm sure they can, yeah. Oh wait, actually thinking about it. No. The routes are bi-directional, aren't they? They can, this is just a depot anyway, but you can come in and then roll out and change track. I would just, yeah, because there's a crossing point. They do that. So I actually don't think I have to do any of that looping stuff. I can't change it now anyway, but yeah, I think that's actually fine. They'll just roll out and go in the opposite direction. I guess passenger trains, though, don't tend to... I'm not really sure what would happen with a passenger train that visits here. Because cargo trains do reverse. Passenger ones, I've never really seen them do that. Don't know why, but they don't. These ones tend to have their locomotive at the front or the back, depending what way they decide to roll back out. To be honest, I've never even seen anyone use this area. They always just drive through it. So I don't know. But I think you're probably right. I just feel like in the game logic anyway, it doesn't seem to be a problem. Wow, I can't even flatten that terrain now, can I not? Seem like it. There we go. Kind of. I guess the... Oh yeah, okay. I guess the building just wants to stay that high. Yeah, whatever. It wasn't meant to be seen. Follow him. There's the passenger train, but that's going off map. God, it's going fast. How's everyone doing today? I'm doing good, and hello? No, I haven't done the Harbour. Probably not going to do it today, because it'll probably take too long. I know I said it in the title, but I ended up just focusing on growing the city, and I did want to push the population, but that took all my effort, I guess. Traffic was really the thing that's taking all my effort. It still is. It's still gridlocked. Man, who knew parking was going to be such a nightmare? Right, something I just want to do just really quickly. I just want to clear a lot of the cars that are parked on these streets. Yeah, I thought that might be an issue as well. Okay, one other thing that I'm going to try and do. We're going to get rid of this one. Move this back over to the left. There, so that gives people enough room to turn, come in, and turn and go out. Probably even there is a bit better. Because that's a big problem, right? They're coming out and then, oh my god, there's actually cars inside. That's pretty cool that they do that. They are just frozen in time now. That's weird. Oh, there you go. Welcome to City Skylines 2. So my one-way roads have definitely improved now that we got rid of that alley. And we've only got one car park that people are coming in and out of now. I almost feel like the... No, yeah. I was going to say, you could push it in further and give them an alley. So that way they're never blocking anything as they come out. But they still will, if they're turning right as they come out, they're still going to be getting in people's way. So there's nothing you could do. That might fix it. Less parking options for people, but at least it's less in the way. Alright, no traffic right now, 11:30 a.m. We'll see what it's like at 6 p.m. Parking be a nightmare. You just have to find a space, huh? We get some better shots of this. See, as a picture, it doesn't tell the full story, because you could be like, well, he just moved the building and took a photo, but it's like, yeah, but after I let time play and it still stayed there. Need to get it where the sun is just creeping out from the side of a vehicle. You want to get that Michael Bay lens flare. Yeah, I'm not really sure what other angle I could go for. You can't really see it properly if the ground is in the way, and if I just look up to the sky, we don't see any other buildings or anything, so kind of, oh, that's kind of fun. Lucky toy. That's kind of a fun one. Sort of. There you go. I actually unpaused time thinking it was paused, but I forgot. It's not paused. Still running in the background. Alright, so let's have a look at our traffic map and see what's going on now. The flow dipped almost below 50% there. Volume? Looking a lot better, that's for sure. What are we up to? 56 out of 416. Don't know if we could bother putting anything on the sides of this place. Maybe a little bit of zoning or something. Kind of nice. Maybe some local offices, some small ones. Admin for the parking building. Actually, we could leave that there. That was kind of a nice way. Let them move back in. Refresh that area. Alright, so yeah, you down now. Alley at the back of those places. I don't know how this hasn't been made a feature in the game, because it's actually like a really intuitive and good tool. Really surprising that it's just not in the game. Alright, there we are. Yeah, traffic actually seems to be a lot better now. Still struggling to clear all the damn traffic off these roads. So I thought I built... Yeah, people said if you put a median on the road, then it gets rid of the traffic, but it didn't. Or the cars parking here, but it didn't do that for me. Maybe it's a 6-lane, it doesn't do it. And just make those thick sidewalks. I want people to use my actual parking. Wait a second, what the hell just happened there? You can put a path in the middle? Oh. Make the median bigger. I'm making the side bigger, the side or the median. Wow, didn't know. That's cool. Shout out to that. What does that mean? Oh my god, you can put a strip of grass in the middle. And what's it called? Green Street. Fuck yeah. Oh my god, and that means trees as well. Hells yeah. That's awesome. I wonder, can you do that with the 4-lane road? Let's try. The 4-lane divided, whoops, divided road. Oh my god. You can. Look at that. No one's ever done that before in the world. That's great. Oh my god, I love it. That's going to change so much. Super excited about that. I'm so glad I did this before I recorded the next episode for the actual series. Hells yeah, we're going to be using dividers all over the place now. Anyway, I think we're good to zone this area. For a long time I said... Oh, wait, actually. Oh, it's just a maintenance vehicle. Okay, as long as he's slowing down people, I don't mind. And this is a one-way in. Yeah, yeah. It has to be divided road, but otherwise it works on every size. Yeah, that's great. I did not know that. Really nice. Can you? Dare I even try? No, I was going to say, could you do it on the sides as well? Dare I? Yeah, cool. I just realized I had the wrong filter on the screen. There we go. Not filter, I mean, you can see my actual screen, as in if I tabbed out. Still had that on from earlier. Anyway, Hagrid's bike is parked too. Are the cars still up there? They are. They'll be there for quite a while, I would imagine. Who owns this car? The Ramsey family. Where are you? You need to go pick up your car. Or van. It's floating in the middle of nowhere. They're working right now. I guess it is 3:30 p.m. And Bradley Ramsey, he's a senior employee at Ordinantur. Educated adult. I think actually I wanted to build, that I forgot to, was the technical university. I was going to pop it somewhere out here and get rid of Chesterfield. Make way for a big brand spanking new university. But I gotta keep zoning. So what do we really need? Still, we've got demand for everything. I would say just more people in here again. Ready? Why have the zones done that, huh? Better, looks better to me. Alright, so low rent housing. What's the wealth situation amongst our people? We're at 9.3% unemployment. This shows me Citizen Wells, but it's actually showing me... Oh no, that is where people live. Yeah. A mix of everything out there. I kind of just want to see Citizen Wealth without seeing the zoning. Yeah, there we go. Oh, such a good... Oh my god. I love it. When the sun starts to set, the infographic looks so good. Look at that. I look so impressed by that. Just because when the lighting dims down a bit, and the sun comes down in the sky, you cast longer shadows. You get that really cool look to things. That's our Citizen Wealth demographic. So the greener the building, richer they are. Got a decent mix, although I'd say that these are almost like the projects in some ways, because higher density but lower wealth overall. But it could just be a case that they don't have the schools to go to. We got commerce in there, so yeah, I would say just another group of houses here and here. Super dense. They need buses and things. See, we have just keep adding more people without keeping up with. You know what? We should change the style actually. Keeping up with their education and stuff like that. Those would all come in from. Better. All right. Yeah. Kind of tempted to have some shops on the sides, but it's such a busy road. I don't think we should be putting shops here. Let's just do it. Let's just create problems. Alright, and then we'll have to just give these guys stuff as well. What a banging tune. Oh my god. And what's happening? The autosave while I was building mess things. Now, are people gonna misuse that road? Come in here, take a right, come down. They could have crossed that way. Get in. Yeah, flip it. I think that's actually okay, because they stay on in their lane. Range, kind of cool. So, play up to this just a little bit. Nice. I can't believe the zone stayed in place for that, but that's great. Low rent. Oh man, this actually looks really nice. Put uni on one of the islands? Why do you want people to go out to university on an island? The big technical university. I mean, maybe. We were saying, I think maybe the next stream, that's what we could do. I think in the next stream, it'll be next Monday. Just focus on all harbor activity and stuff. So basically, there'll be an industrial harbor somewhere up here. I know it's hard to see, but out in the water then, where we have all these like random islands, we're going to start building a sort of, what's it called? Like an artificial island. There we go, you can see them just a little bit better now. Sort of build like an artificial island, so kind of merge a couple of these up together on the archipelago here. Not all of them, but just a few. Some of the bigger ones, some surrounding small ones. And then just build a bridge that goes over to it, and then we could have a tech university on it, for sure. But I'm only streaming another like 10 minutes. We're coming to the end now, so I'm not going to be doing that today. But on Monday, I did want to build a harbor and focus on water stuff, and we didn't do any of that today, so that's what I will do next for sure. I also want to just kind of solve problems here. We have a lot of people waiting for ambulances. There are 30 out of 30 dispatched. What else could you do? Specialized treatment ward. Trauma center. Helipad. Sure, get your helipad in there. How many people are actually in here? There's only 41 people in here. I think it's just traffic is causing issues with trying to get the ambulances to and from where they go. Well, you should set operating districts, I guess. Are there any other medical buildings? There's one all the way in the industrial area. So yeah, I guess people from this hospital. Oh, you can actually see them all going out now. Wow. Holy crap. What happened out there, man? It's like a terrorist attack or something. You got a long way to go. I mean, these people are dead, aren't they? They're never making it. We have to go all the way down here to get to these random people's houses. Take the bus. Just take the bus. Go to the hospital. All right, I just need to go to the bathroom real quickly and I'll be back and then we'll wrap this up and see how our last few buildings have come in and see what traffic is doing and how things look. I'm just going to leave it at nighttime just because it looks kind of nice. You never really look at it at night. All right, be back. Actually, you know what? Flip it around just a bit. Have a look at our big car park building. It still has the cars floating in the background there. Wonder if we reload the game, will they still be there? Alright, back in just 1 minute, and then I'll catch all my chat, okay? Alrighty, thank you for bearing with me. I'm about to spend the next several hours placing trees and roads. And with an 8-way, I believe. Alright. For the grass thing. Hi Darren, just popped in to say thanks for the great content. I'm 2 years late to the party, but I just recently found your channel, and I'm making my way through your Anno series. Season 2, episode 40 now. Awesome. Thank you, Connor. You're deep in there. You're deep in there. Yeah, I've been using a decent amount of low rent housing because the demand has just been there for it. The main reason we started using it actually was when I built a university here, or college. I saw like a lot of demand in the thing here for students. So I was like, oh, you know, low rent housing seems to kind of make sense for that sort of thing. And then we built low rent housing all here. And when we accessed it and looked at some of the families within, this person, no, this one doesn't count, but we did check on 2 or 3 just randomly, so it might have been just biased there, but 2 or 3 random people, and they all said they were students. It was like, oh cool, it worked, you know, they're renting and they're living next to college or university or whatever the case might be. So definitely the houses seem to be filling up using them that way. What time is it now? It's only 7:30. Wow, quite dark. I guess it is fall. Excuse me. All right, we'll turn on daytime. There we go. Till it gets dark again. Or bright again. Right, we still have traffic. That's what I've been trying to manage, but haven't been managing very well. So these are the people coming in from... Interesting that they're coming in from the highway down here. Oh, there's been an accident. Oh. Coming in from the highway, but they're taking the roundabout, going this way. Traveling along. And then getting backed up as they try to get in here. I wonder why they're not just going forward and then going left. Man, this place is busy. But yeah, we need to give more transport solutions. We've just been we piled 13,000 people on without adding a single bus stop, tram stop, or anything like that. So that's something I'll have to go over and just redesign, because that can be really finicky and take quite a while. Now you do get an influx of cars when new buildings go up, people moving in, and these are high density, so there's a lot of people to move in. Could also be slightly part of it. Some people do walk though. We zoned low density, low rent housing here, but no one's moved into that. There we go. How's the car park doing now? Wonder will we see people get into their car and like drive out and stuff. 200, because they're still floating in the air. 244 out of 415. I think we also just need to provide other parking solutions in other places. Look very quickly. Parking. I'll give me an infographic for that now. There we go. There are other car parks, although albeit small. Underground car parking. The underground car parking next to the hospital, and that was full last time I checked it. Nope, not full anymore. Ones in the north are fine. We don't really have much traffic in the north. It's mostly down here, isn't it? Traffic jam. Technically, this isn't even counted as a jam yet. Getting close, though, I'd say. Yeah, there we go. So, you could give this like a sort of a bypass thing, right? Where they just merge onto the road over there. And similarly, if anyone's no one's really turning right though here. Everyone's just trying to get into the city. Just try that, see how if it eases anything a little bit. Like a little what's this called? Slip road, right? That's 80 to 80, pretty much. 80 to 79. Good enough. Not be allowed to turn left. Alright, so you can take Grove Street just to take a right-hand turn if you want. And here, I could say you're not taking a right-hand turn. Now you have to just go straight left. Use your slip road if you're going the other way. It'll take a minute to clear that up, but it might improve things. It might make it worse. I don't know. Some of these cars are definitely struggling to figure it out anyway. That's the other problem, though. Oh my god, it's getting pretty bad. That they're still going into... you know what? This should just really be maybe a... Yeah, an asymmetrical... Oh, so messy now. I'm having great fun, though. I think it's really fun just messing everything up. I want it to be an asymmetrical road, 5-lane. I will say I'm not trying to mess it up, though. It just is. Yeah, something like that. So, I move that over a bit. Turn off snapping. I guess it'd be nice if it was a line just on the left, just okay. Do it this way, would that be better? I don't know what the term is the initial facing direction, because I want to do that. There we go. Yeah, I guess I'll just keep it aligned on this side. Hi, can you show your public transport stats? Thank you in advance. Yeah, I mean, it's not very good because, like I said, we started the stream when I just hit 30,000. I think 30, yeah, it might have been 31, something like that. And I haven't added anything to the transport since then. We've just piled more and more and more people in. So we can have a look, though. Here. Transportation. Yeah, it's basically actually the same as what it was. We noted this at the very beginning. We have 9,700 people using buses per month. 9,000 people using train. The train number has actually gone up by about 2,000. And then the trams are at 22,000. I feel like that's gone up as well. God, there's so many taxis here. Get a lot of taxis if you don't have a lot of buses. Trams, I think. Be the case. Also, people moving in for the first time, probably coming in from the highway. It's all taxis. No doubt. Like if we, well, let's have a look at where they came from. Argent Fockingham. Yeah, so they're coming in from other places. And the passenger, can we check who the passenger is? No. That's a shame. Because yeah, I have a feeling that's people who've just, well, actually, they live here. 160, well, there's a million people live here. But yeah, that's something I'd have to do. It's just, I find it very tedious going around placing transport on streams, but maybe that's just me. But that's something I would probably do next, which is just design new bus routes that go around the outer loop, and also the tram, improve tram stops and stuff. Now that we've basically added this entire area here is all new. So, and it's really dense. And then actually, these were all low density, now they're all high density offices. Need to add in more stuff in these gaps as well, obviously, but yeah, it just needs a bit of a transport overhaul. Chesterfield needs to be removed and turned into either a tech university or just another area. Very few elementary schools left. There's a load of things that need to be just caught up on that I've been neglecting. Back at the hospital area actually might not be a bad idea for an elementary school. Just temporarily I might put this here. Could move it in the future. Hey, thank you very much, Jimmy Jermu, becoming a member. Appreciate that a lot. Thank you. Half the population on 4 tram lines. Yeah, I've thought about that. It's funny you say that, actually, because I think the tram line usage has gone down. Because before, it was 30,000. It said 30,000. I was like, wow, it's the same as the population. So I'm like, and then I said, well, it must be accounting for multiple trips. But I don't know if it does that or not. It's like the same person went back and forth. Is that 2 trips, or does that just still count as 1 citizen? Probably just 1 citizen, right? But it seems almost too high to believe, because our trams aren't full. That was the other thing that kind of confused me. If yeah, it's like 60, you know, I don't know, it just doesn't seem like that's probably right. I mean, the amount of people here. Holy crap. Look at this. All waiting for the bus. Wow. Is that bus coming, or? Because we changed so much that I wondered if some of these buses not even work anymore. There's a taxi rank there as well. This is the one. Train to campus. This has the most usage as well, actually. 69% usage. Seven vehicles assigned. Sorry, I'm trying to double click it to go there, but it doesn't do that. Yeah, man, there's actually a lot of people on this. Not many people at that stop. Oh, it actually tells you, sorry, passengers waiting. That's nice. 250 passengers waiting at this one, so this must be the one. And then this bus is pretty full. You can actually see by how many pips are in the little rectangle. This one's just coming down and around now. Just added another bus onto the route, so it might help. They're full up, straight away. So how many passengers are waiting? 182 by the time the next one comes around. This next bus is empty though. It's the one we just added, I guess. It looks like 1, 2, 3, 4 buses are on this line. That doesn't seem like very much. Lost it? There it is. Train to campus. This bus is 8. Where are all the buses? 8 out of 14. Day and night. Ain't seeing those. I don't know where 4 of them are. Unless they're maybe going to get... Oh, you can change the model? Electric bus. Oh, wow. Unless they're getting maintained or something? Oh, no, there's 2 in a row here. 19... 52, and 60. There's 3 in a row down there. What's going on down here? That's a problem. There's your problem. So the buses actually have a bunch of people on them. Yeah, see, the routes haven't been... I've changed the roads and haven't redone the routes or anything, so it's totally gridlocked. I have to redo it. Anyway, Chesterfield? Starfield? Taxis is 2023. Just use Uber and Lyft. Yeah, that's something that's kind of interesting. Some aspects of the game have been modernized for that. Like, you can build a telecom tower and people complain or are happy about having good internet and things. But it would be kind of interesting to have, like... I don't know, maybe it's in the game. I haven't seen all the unique buildings or anything. Barely any of them, in fact. But like an Amazon fulfillment center and these like delivery trucks everywhere. You know, that's kind of the reality of cities these days. Mostly just cargo and delivery in a lot of cities. Obviously, low density cities and stuff still have a lot of cars. But I feel like that would be kind of cool to see. It's like, we have a post office here. Tons of people outside it. Is there a bus stop here? Or is everyone on the dole? 12 out of 12. Mail to deliver, collected mail, sorting. 20 out of 20. Vans are collecting. Mail storage extension. Wow. I assume there must be some sort of bus stop here. I can't even remember. Or, oh, tram stop, probably. Yeah. That's what it is. Yep. Anyway. That's the reality of modern times. Just boxes going back and forth. Basically, yeah. Sending returns as well. I remember thinking that was crazy. Live with a guy. Some people might know him, but he would order clothes online, and then you just send back obviously what you don't want. And I just remember thinking, I mean, it's a cool service, I suppose, but it just seems so wasteful. It's like, I don't know. You just get like 10 boxes delivered. You send back 9. You keep 1, and oftentimes you don't even keep any of them. Man, that's rough. How does that business... I guess it's because their clothes are so high margin that it works. But it just seems so wasteful. In an age where people are complaining about like fuel and emissions and all this stuff, it's like, wow, really do we need to be like delivering... I mean, LA is like the worst. You hear about people on podcasts and stuff if you follow LA entertainment industry or YouTuber culture over there and stuff like that. They like don't make, like, people in LA, you know, I say people, obviously wealthier people in LA just don't make their own food, I guess. They go out and get it delivered. And people we watched that vlog were complaining like, oh man, like, we wanted to get these milkshakes, but they're not on Postmates, so they don't deliver to the house. It's like, you get a fucking milkshake delivered to your house, like no food. Like, Jesus Christ, man. But hey, I mean, each to their own. I don't blame people for doing it or using it, but it's just like, I can't believe we've gotten to the point where like that's even allowed or it's like a thing. And people are being told to like, you know, monitor their electricity and stuff. Meanwhile, people are getting milkshakes delivered. It's like, all right, society's fine, I guess. I'm there like washing cans and stuff to put in recycling bins. People are getting milkshakes delivered across a city known for having horrific traffic. That's showing that going by car to store is worse. Oh yeah, totally. Well, it depends. Well, I don't know. I just got a car for the first time in my life recently, and I needed one really for a couple of reasons. We used to get groceries delivered, and that was cool, but they used to just get it wrong all the time. So I'd order, like, I said this before, you get like, yeah, you go into like Sainsbury's.co.uk and, oh, I want a steak and chips and I don't know, vegetables, and you get a few other meals that you plan. You know, it's your weekly shop. You do it online. Groceries arrive. Great service. Oh, sorry, we don't have the steak. There's no main, and they're like, do you want us to bring everything back? And I'm like, well, no, I guess not. But I just end up having to go out to some shop somewhere then anyway and get the bus. The difficult thing, though, I guess, is grocery shopping when you don't have a car, is that you have to carry everything. It's as much as you can carry then on the way back. Whereas if you've got a car, at least you can load yourself up for the week. Whereas I found that when I used to have to just walk to the shop, I'd have to make multiple trips. So, I don't know. I'm not judging anyone for any choices they make. It was more just like a commentary on how funny things are, I guess, in a way where it's like you've got some people, yeah, in one way being told to do certain things, and in another way it's like, well, other people get to just... I can't believe anyone accepts delivering a milkshake, but I suppose if the money's good enough, then why not? Where in the UK are you? I live near a town called Crawley, near a town called Horsham in West Sussex. Cars are still there, still floating in the air. All good, yeah. I'm actually just wrapping up now. It's a feature, not a bug, Rosie says. Yeah, Rosie works in marketing for games, you can tell. This is a feature, not a bug. Future DLC, futuristic DLC? Floating, yeah, I mean, who needs parking when you could just float your car in the air? Knowing that we've got like traffic jam. I guess we do, but it's like, they're just trying to use parking, I suppose. Busy, it's a busy place, it's a happening area, it's 4 a.m. Wow, it's full as well. So we need to give them other parking solutions, but I'm not really too sure where else they could park. Maybe somewhere like... What are these buildings? A little bit of commerce. Commerce anymore, your car park now. By the way, just thanks for hanging out and chilling with me while I'm going off on these random tangents. Not many people to talk to about these things, so it's fun. Where in the UK? Oh yeah, I read that right. Don't worry, Darren, I'll adjust them for you. Those cars are in a tornado with the graphical glitch. Yeah, it's like, it's funny because we had a tornado earlier that cars were just driving through, and they didn't react to it. Whereas you could just suspend them up like that. It would be good. So, traffic was the thing I was trying to just solve, the very last thing by the end. Gotten a little bit better, but it is 4 a.m. I feel like as we wind up now to 7 a.m, peak traffic times, it's gonna get super busy. What else is going on? No pedestrian access. How the hell has that just happened? Oh, because the building is... What? No pedestrian access. Like the building leveled up or something. Then... What? Okay then. That work? You're surrounded by... Well, I don't want that street. Not happening. Mixed zoning, isn't it? Yeah, but it's American. Can't tell if it's supposed to be EU or North American. Yeah, it must be just some little bug or whatever. Curses, yeah, death care is another thing I wanted to check on because we were getting kind of go with that. Cemetery availability is 0. Crematorium availability, they're still fine. Crematorium's burning through them, no problem. So there's 2 at the moment. Temporary placement, but it's still there, I guess. 10 out of 20 vehicles are out and rolling around. Okay, so they're handling problems okay. I think we saw all those pips like curses and ambulance problems because the traffic was so bad. But traffic is getting better, which is why those are getting better as well. Not enough customers is still a problem though in certain areas here. I've got some low rent housing here. I'll give you some customers, yeah? Right. Tips are slowly going away, but yeah, not enough customers and the high rent has never gone away. Nothing can be done about that one. Trouble paying rent. A higher zone density or different zoning might be needed. I think it's just the fact that there's just a high demand for also jobs and they probably just aren't making as much. The slipway is doing really well, actually. Although I kind of hoped that they wouldn't have traffic lights and they would just merge on. Could we try that with them? I found overwhelmingly removing traffic lights just makes things go better. Because they have traffic lights. So when they stop, these guys get to filter out a lot. So they might have to wait a while with give way and everything. Generally speaking, they will have to stop and they get lots of time to move out then. Because this is the lane that will people who are turning left merge into. Cool. Alright, I just joined the stream and I see a bunch of flying cars with no context. Yeah, so if people are wondering how that happened or why that's like that. So effectively, this is a automated parking building. People are parking vertically, effectively. Because some machine is raising cars up and down, kind of like in that Mission Impossible film. Anyways, the building used to be to the left, so I just moved it, and the cars just stayed there. So I guess they are actually in the building, you know, they are there, we can see them. And when you move the building, they stay there, I guess. They haven't been removed yet. We were also looking at who owns these cars, and I haven't seen anyone go pick it up yet. A full 24-hour cycle has passed. They're like, nah, that's fine. We'll just leave the car where it is. Oh my god, there's been a... Oh my god. Of all vehicles to have a car crash, road maintenance vehicle and a garbage truck slammed off the highway. Interchange here. Don't even know how anyone can get to them where they can help that, but at least they're not in the way. We got down here. Another car crash. Pickup truck. What's that? Burned down. The fire was not put out, and now only a pile of ash remains. Police are here. Oh yeah. Whoa, 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 whoa. Careful. Oh. Okay. So this is just deleting vehicles, I guess. They can't go around. I guess with the median in the way, they're not allowed to go around anyway. It looks like the accident's been removed. Are they gonna get in the vehicle, the top car or something? Nope, don't know. 0 passengers in that car. Not even a driver, I guess. I guess, is a driver a passenger? Kind of. That was something that always intrigued me. I feel like citizens should be the ones. I mean, look. The game's not aiming to be ultra realistic. I'm glad that it's become more realistic since the previous game. But it would have been cool to be like, we're going to simulate like, yeah, people who work the services are people that live in your city. Like firemen, policemen, people who work in the ambulances or whatever. That'd be kind of interesting if you could track them all the way to where they live, how much they make, etc. Getting rid of the traffic lights didn't seem to work out too hot for me here, huh? People are trying to merge over to the left lane. Go deeper into the city. Wow. Oh my god. Yeah. Man, traffic piles up pretty quickly. What is it now? 8 a.m. Right, I could look at this all day. There's problems. Gotta solve them, but... not gonna happen today. We'll have to look at it into the next stream on Monday. Streams are on Mondays. Tuesdays are satisfactory days. Thursday for my regular City Skylines videos, and also I'll probably add another day for City Skylines after that as well, just for videos, for the regular series. But the Stream City is just gonna be untouched for streams. But I think I will do what I was mentioning, which is maybe merge like a couple of these islands together, a couple of these ones. Something out there, and then try to build some bridges, and we'll build some interesting things over that way. I think ultimately I also need to just meet a lot of our demands, because so much demand. So yeah, we need to give more jobs, more low density housing, more suburbs out this way. I'd like to make a logging industry. They don't have one. We import all our wood. That'd be why we're getting some abandoned buildings. Well, it looks good. The lighting hits right. Looks good. Traffic AI definitely needs some work, to be honest. Well, I can't... I mean, that is true. I've seen some clips on the City Skylines Reddit where it's going crazy, but I can't really blame anything that's happening here too much. People are taking their slip road they're trying to get over to the left lane so they can turn left. I mean, I can't blame them for that. You know, that's reasonable to me. Now, if I made that street, just as an example, just to see this one problem, could I fix it? If I made it a 3-lane asymmetrical going that way. Ah, see, I was hoping that that would become a left-hand turn as well, but I guess not. It could, in theory, allow for easier turning, though. One thing that does need to be improved is the traffic, or the traffic lights. There's a mod that does it already, where you'll see that that light was green for them, right? But they couldn't turn left because it's green for these guys too. It was red for them. Very weird traffic lights, you know. The mod, what it does is it basically just says, you guys go, then you guys go, then you guys go. And you tend to get a lot of that. You don't have that much problem anymore, because what's going to happen now is the light's going to turn red. For those people that were trying to turn left, only one car made it. And that's a problem. And that's why I was saying getting rid of traffic lights tends to fix things. Or just adding in stop signs and stuff. Because now they're not beholden to that issue of, hey, I'm going forward, crossing someone's path when they're supposed to be going forward, and we all have issues. If we all just go when we can, things get a lot better. Except for crosswalks, and that's a big problem. The denser your city is, the more people are crossing, and then cars do get backed up. That's kind of the issue with it. It's like a unsolvable problem. I mean, you can get rid of the crosswalks. Make it a car-focused city, I guess. But yeah, so it's interesting. There's certain things that certainly the traffic light thing needs to be improved. It'd be nice if you could just put down, okay, regular traffic lights, that's fine. And then it's maybe there's a setting on it or something, or a different option here. It's like, you want to use standard traffic lights, or do you want to use slow traffic lights, whatever you want to call it, where it just goes one direction at a time? And that would solve a lot of things for people. You do get those lights in the UK sometimes, actually, yeah, and you have those interesting... Hey, Rosie, did you put out the fires? I put out the fires, yeah, for the most part. We're trying to put out the logistical fires of traffic. But yeah, I was just going to say one last kind of interesting thing. Actually, I'll just show it on screen, because I'm not even sure if I could even recreate it in-game. See if I can find this. A road in England that we drive on that... When doing my driving test, he was like, the instructor was like, this is like one of the only examples of where this happens. Here. There's actually one other place where it happens nearby. But it's kind of interesting. I wouldn't ever want to design a road this way, but if you can see the arrows, let's see if this loads in a second. Any more clearly, no? Not really. Can we rotate ourselves? Is that possible on Google Maps? Just to turn? I want to rotate so I'm not facing north. I don't think I can do that, actually. Nope. I don't know. Anyway. So basically, let's follow it from... I'll tell you what. I'm going to grab this and rotate it. All right. So, this is the weird bit in the center here. So we've got, it's actually a 1-lane road that becomes a 2-lane and then a 3 really quickly. But yeah, so you have this sort of filter lane, right? It's like, okay, want to go off that way, just take a left, that's fine. But as you can see here, there's a dotted line that goes across, which means give way. So you come up to that line, and you do have to kind of stop and look for yourself. Now, there is traffic lights here. So it's a real mess, right? It's a bit of everything going on. You've got give way. Okay, so that's the first rule. So the first rule, actually, let's say, will be traffic lights. So traffic lights are determining how to get across this. But then, if you're choosing just to ignore the traffic lights and go through one of these slip roads, you've got a pedestrian crossing traffic light. I'll use a line so we can see hand is doing, because it can be a bit difficult to see. So we've got traffic lights for pedestrian crossing here. Big common mistake is people think this traffic light, when it turns green, means you're good to go. That's not what it means. It means that you're good to pass the people that we're trying to cross. You still have to stop here, or at least look to your right and just check that, because remember, it's left-hand drive, right? So you have to look to your right and check that nothing is coming this way. So a common mistake that people make, there's a traffic light right next to an area where you'd otherwise presume that that meant you're good to go, because there's also, remember, traffic lights here. So it's not related to those at all. It's just separate. Anyway, so that's one thing. That's one way to go left. The other thing is, if you're turning right, you go into this box that's in the middle of the junction, right? This is the box here. And you wait to turn. And the reason for that is because obviously... why is that? Is it because people are coming... Yeah, sorry. It's because people are going that way. Yeah, people are going down and to the left, their left, right? Because this is just a one-lane road at this point. So if you're trying to do that, you could end up hitting into this person. Now, there's traffic lights, so you think that would never happen, but it does. So that's why you have this thing that tells you, okay, you go and you just wait here until people coming this way have all gone. And they have priority, not you. Can't remember why I know that, but that's just the rule, I guess. They just have priority. You don't, because you're the one turning and crossing lanes, whereas they're just turning left. So that's just one of those instances where it's like, okay, yeah, we've got traffic lights where this said green and this said green, but that would be a problem in real life. So to solve that problem, we have this box in the middle that says, just wait here. And then you could be waiting there for a while. In fact, you could be waiting there to the point where these people are now told that they can go. But if their light has turned green, this must have turned red. So you should have time to get out. That's the theory. So there you go, traffic with Darren. But yeah, so it's very complicated, you know. No one would really think to do it that way, but that would help this issue. It would help this quite a bit. Wow, those cars just all deleted themselves. Not a fan of that. That shouldn't happen. Buses even just deleted themselves. What's up with that? Does traffic just clear itself if it gets bad enough? I don't think so. I saw some clip on, again, the subreddit for City Skylines where they had a traffic line on, like, stretching the entire length of their map. So I don't know why that was removed there. It looks like it's great now. Anyway, if you remove traffic lights and stop signs, it should default to give way. Yeah. The problem, though, like I said, the only issue with that is just the crosswalks. There's no, like, everyone stops for crosswalks. And if you're in a dense enough part of the city, it just means that they have the priority and everyone's going to be stopping for them. But you could remove the crosswalks and try to make overpasses, I guess, and that can help. But yeah, that looks okay. This looks pretty busy. But anyway, it's a never-ending problem. We'll come back on Monday and sort it out. That's going to be it for this stream. I just want to say thanks as well for all the memberships, new subscriptions. We're getting really close to 100,000 subscribers. So if you haven't hit that subscription button, please do. Only if you plan on actually watching. If you don't plan on watching, that's fine. But if you've been watching a couple of videos and you think, yeah, why not? You know, I'd appreciate it. But yep, so thanks for the super chats, channel memberships, and just people hanging out and chatting here. Sorry I didn't get to everything. Try to keep the game somewhat flowing while I chat with people. Had a blast though. I really enjoy playing this game with people and streaming it. I get a little pressure when I'm doing just videos because I'm like, oh, I want to ask people what I should do, and I don't get to. That intersection works the same in a similar US version. Traffic despawns at intersections if it gets too bunched up. That's strange. Didn't think they would do that. Unless it was just there for a really long time, I guess. This was fair enough. Alright, so that's gonna have to be it. So we gained 15,000 population and it's still climbing. People are still just moving into the few houses that we have for them. Kinda interesting. We've opened up another... Yeah, let's just do a little recap. So today, we expanded and zoned all of this area down here in the bottom. So a long time ago, we made this big outer loop road, right? That kind of goes around this way. And I'd never filled it. It's mostly full now. We still have these irregular kind of pockets that we need to fill with either trees or use our little zoning trick, terrain trick to kind of like fill it in a bit more, make it look kind of nice. So that's still to come. But we did fill in everything else. The major issue today was kind of traffic. A lot of people moved in. 15,000 people moved in. And we never built any transport additives to help them. We also never extended any tram lines this way, so everyone's just in cars probably, and that meant that the new parking that we built filled up almost instantly. I guess it's actually slightly emptied out now, but it's probably just to do with the time of day. Don't think we really added any new major buildings. We added another tram depot, actually, just because even with the current lines we had, we couldn't fill it. We then changed where the rail yard went, so we pushed it further back. We unlocked this part of the map so we could build another interchange here so people could come into the city from the south rather than just all coming in from the north. That's definitely worked. I mean, it's definitely decluttered the highway. It was getting kind of backed up before, the two off-ramps. So it's still busy, but not as busy as it used to be. And that has taken massive pressure off this area, so that's good. So it's still busy, but not as busy as it used to be. And I know it's time of day dependent, but I'd say even for just looking at it regularly, they used to be pretty busy. Pretty busy. However, the problems have just been kind of pushed around the city. Now we have traffic jams like kind of all down the center, you know, districts that are super busy around Millbrook. But these are all new and they've never had bus stops or anything. So I think that's probably why. That would be my guess as the main reason why we've got just extra layer of traffic there. So what I'd like to do is also connect this train station up to just more ways to access it, really. And also have more tram routes that kind of deliver or collect people and drop them out here at Harbour Street, or is it Cooper Street? Yeah, Cooper Street. People can get the train to different places. We never set up an area for them to kind of get out to work out this way. Victoria Industries, there are actually factories out here, a few. So it'd be nice to do that. But yeah, other than that, I don't know, did we do really anything else? No, I think it just really focused on all that area there. For the entire stream, actually. But 15,000 people, money is through the roof. We gained like 17 million. And we did solve some of the little issues we had, but we never did manage to fix the high rent issue. So that's still a problem. But yep, other than that, that's gotta be it. So, and I appreciate that, Ian, thank you. Alright, so I'll be back next Monday with another stream on this city. We're gonna hopefully go out to the ocean, finally build that harbor. We've got loads of development points now, so there should be really no problem. I've just been putting it off. But water and even air, start thinking about where an airport or a subway system actually might be the right thing to do, considering the density we've been building up. And yeah, I'll be looking forward to seeing people's suggestions and things like that. Hey, Sarah! Shout out! Sarah's there in the chat. She is my... Why don't I know the name of that? Sister-in-law? To be? So shout out. Alright, that's gonna have to be it. Thank you very much for watching. Thanks again for the support, and I'll hopefully see you next Monday. New video out in Satisfactory tomorrow, and on Thursday for City Skylines. Have a great rest of your week. Good night.